Orders of the day.
Government order.
Economic Recovery Act, stimulus.
There being no motions at report stage, the House will now proceed without debate to putting the question on the motion to concur in the bill at report stage. Monsieur Kent, pour Monsieur.
Mr. Kent for Mr. Flaherty, seconded by Mr. Ashfield, moves that Bill C-51, an act to amend certain provisions of the budget tabled in Parliament on January 27, 2009, and to implement other measures, be concurred in at report stage. Is it the pleasure of the House to adopt the motion?
Bon, je déclare la motion.
I declare the motion carried.
Third time now. Agreed. Mr. Kent for Mr. Flaherty, seconded by Mr. Ashfield, moves that Bill C-51, an act to implement certain provisions of the budget tabled in Parliament on January 27, 2009, and to implement other measures, be now read a third time and do pass. Debate of the Honourable Parliamentary Secretary to the Minister of Finance.
Well, thank you, Mr. Speaker. It is with great pleasure that I rise today to begin third reading debate on C-51, the Economic Recovery Act. Ideally, this will be a short debate, ensuring this important piece of legislation that includes key provisions from Budget 2009 and along with other vital initiatives continues on its path to becoming law. I want to begin by thanking all members of the Finance Committee who put partisan politics aside on this legislation. Acknowledging how important this legislation was for Canada's economy, we worked together to expedite our consideration of C-51 at committee stage. We nevertheless had the opportunity to hear from strong witnesses who spoke in favour of the Economic Recovery Act. These witnesses spoke of the importance of its timely passage. I will highlight a few of those comments later in my time today, Madam Speaker. Why is the Economic Recovery Act so important? As an extension of Canada's economic plan, this legislation continues our Conservative government's focus on the economy. A singular focus the people who elected us here have demanded. A focus from which we will not be distracted, Mr. Speaker. Implementing Canada's economic action plan, protecting the economy, must be our top priority. Our plan is rebuilding Canada's infrastructure, slashing taxes, investing in research and development, supporting the unemployed, and much more. This multi-year plan is working. It is protecting and creating jobs, and it is helping shield Canada from the worst ravages of the deepest economic downturn since World War II. Indeed, nearly all independent observers are uniform in their assessment that Canada has remained and will continue to remain in one of the strongest positions to weather this economic storm. During his recent appearance before Finance Committee, the Bank of Canada Governor Mark Carney declared, and I quote, "It is likely that Canada will return to our path of potential quicker than other crisis-affected economies. That's something one sees over the fullness of time, and that's what will ultimately happen here," end quote. A Canadian business magazine editorial pronounced, Canada has come through this economic crisis in relatively robust health. Our recession promises to be shallower and briefer compared with many others. We're in an enviable position compared to other developed countries, end quote. Even the Parliamentary Budget Officer asserted in his recent economic and fiscal assessment update, and I quote, "Thus far, the Canadian economy has weathered the global recession better than most economies," end quote. While we have recently seen early signs of a potential global economic recovery on the horizon, they are merely that, early potential signs. In the words of IMF Managing Director Dominique Strauss-Kahn, and I quote, "The good news is that in our view, the recovery really has started. That does not mean, and I want to be crystal clear, that the crisis is over. It's too early to crow victory," end quote. Clearly, we need to stay the track. Early progress may in securing a Canadian recovery will be lost and we will allow ourselves to be lulled into distraction and deviate from the course that we have set. In the words of the recent G7 finance ministers and central bank governors communique, and I quote, "In recent months, we have started to see signs of a global economic recovery and continued improvement in financial market conditions. However, there is no room for complacency since the prospects for growth remain fragile. We will keep in place our support measures until recovery is assured," end quote. The Economic Recovery Act is one way we are staying the course and helping to secure a strong, sustained economic recovery. As I mentioned, not only will it legislate measures from Canada's Economic Action Plan, but also it contains other diverse but critical measures. In my time remaining, I will highlight the importance of but a few of these measures. Among the most high-profile and popular measures in the Economic Recovery Act is the Temporary Home Renovation Tax Credit, or the HRTC. This job-creating measure has been overwhelmingly well received by Canadians, assisting them to improve and add value to their own homes. It is estimated that through the temporary HRTC, millions of Canadian families will receive significant tax relief on eligible renovation projects. Already, we have clear statistical proof that the home renovation tax credit has had a measurable impact on the economy. According to Stats Canada, even as the overall economy contracted, the volume of home renovation investment had spiked by over 2% in the second quarter of 2009, an increase of 9% on an annualized basis. Without a doubt, the home renovation tax credit has been an awe-inspiring success since our Conservative government first introduced it last January. All MPs have heard stories of how this tax credit is working in their own communities. They have heard how it is encouraging their constituents to invest in their homes, how those investments are helping employ men and women in the construction and other skilled trades, fueling purchases of building materials from Canada's forestry sector, supporting local hardware stores, and stimulating the local economy when it is needed most. Indeed, during the Finance Committee's hearing on C-51, all members on that committee heard witness after witness sing the praises of the home renovation tax credit. We heard from the Canadian Home Builders Association, who told us that, and I quote, "The HRTC is having a significant and positive effect on the level of home renovation activity across the country. In their work with customers, renovators report that the HRTC is a significant factor in motivating homeowners to initiate home renovation projects. This view is reinforced by building material retailers who also report increased sales as a result of the home renovation tax credit. I think there's no question it's increased economic activity, it's created jobs, it's definitely shown consumer confidence in renovating their homes. And I think it's done a lot of good for the industry and for consumers as well. I think it obviously has kept the industry stronger in these tough times and in job creation as well," end quote. We heard from Home Depot Canada, who reported to the Finance Committee that the HRTC, and I quote again, "has been a motivating force for consumers. We have seen the results of the stimulus in increased demand for products and services and believe the stimulus did much to temper the impact of a rapidly worsening sales environment across our industry. From the beginning, the HRTC captured Canadians' interest, but the HRTC has done more than capture interest. It kept many contractors in work and put other contractors back to work. It restored consumer confidence, improved retail sales, and directly and positively enhanced the sustainability and growth of the Canadian home improvement industry," end quote. Home Depot Canada has also revealed at committee that the HRTC has been so successful, in fact, that, and I quote, "we're in a situation where our sales are growing versus the prior year, and we're actually having to hire in order to be able to look after the sales that are coming into our stores. I'm sure our competitors are feeling the same," end quote. We also heard from the Canadian Labour Congress President, Ken Giorgetti, pardon me, Madam Speaker. Not someone usually supportive of our Conservative government. However, when asked about the home renovation tax credit, this is what he said, and I quote, "There's no doubt, anecdotally, that a lot of people are accessing and conducting home renovations. I'm sure the program is an incentive. We've encouraged and endorsed it as a good incentive to help offset the job losses that are occurring in manufacturing," end quote. However, this is not the only important tax relief included in the Economic Recovery Act. For instance, to help alleviate some of the costs associated with buying a home, we have introduced the first-time home buyer's tax credit that will provide up to $750 in tax relief to first-time home buyers. Another important provision will relax conditions regarding temporarily imported shipping containers by increasing the amount of time that such containers can remain in Canada on a tariff and tax-free basis from 30 days up to 365 days. We are also enhancing support for those struggling to get ahead with improvements to the Working Income Tax Benefit, or WITB, as our Finance Minister likes to refer to it. This was originally introduced in Budget 2007 by our Conservative government. The landmark WITB is a refundable tax credit that supplements the earnings of low-income workers. WITB helps ensure that these workers are financially better off by getting a job, helping people stay off social assistance. The Economic Recovery Act enhances WITB by $580 million for 2009 and subsequent taxation years. This is expected to effectively double the total tax relief provided by the Working Income Tax Benefit. The OECD, in their September Employment Outlook 2009, heralded this measure, noting, and I quote, "Recent moves to increase the generosity of Canada's Working Income Tax Benefit are welcome, particularly given that the benefit is strongly targeted to the lowest income households," end quote. Other measures in C-51 include steps to modernize the Canada Pension Plan. These reforms were unanimously agreed to by federal, provincial, and territorial governments who jointly manage that plan. The reforms will provide greater flexibility for older workers to combine pension and work income if they wish to do so, expand CPP coverage, and improve fairness in the plan's flexible retirement provisions. We are improving transparency and accountability in the way government uses taxpayers' dollars. Fulfilling a commitment included in our Conservative Party's 2008 election platform, we are legally requiring all federal departments and Crown corporations to produce and publish quarterly financial reports, an idea individuals like Tom Axworthy, chair of the Centre for the Study of Democracy at Queen's University, have advocated for. Axworthy, writing an op-ed in a major national newspaper, said, and I quote, "Canadians will be surprised to learn that quarterly financial reports, a standard accounting requirement in the private and not-for-profit sectors, are not in fact required in the public service. Parliament has many duties, but one of the very first since the Magna Carta has been to assess the spending decisions of the executive and provide resources to the state through taxation. Yet this first function of Parliament has, somewhat amazingly, sunk into decrepitude by depending primarily on reports of the Auditor General, which are made years after the fact. Parliament does eventually fix problems, but millions of dollars are wasted in the meantime. Quarterly reports would certainly have alerted Parliament to the exponential rise in spending for the long gun registry program," end quote. C-51 also marks the historic resolution to the Crown Share saga for the benefit of the people of Nova Scotia. It will fully implement the Crown Share Agreement and authorize an initial payment of nearly $175 million to Nova Scotia for 2008 and 9, as well as 2009 and 10. We all understand this is tremendous news for Nova Scotia, who, after a decade plus of neglect under the previous Liberal government, finally found a partner in our Conservative government to resolve this issue. Indeed, the NDP Premier of Nova Scotia, Darrell Dexter, cheered, and I quote, "Nova Scotia is seeing progress on the Crown share file. The federal government introduced legislation that will pave the way for regulations to be enacted. I congratulate the federal government for moving forward to seal the deal. This is good for Nova Scotia and good for Canada," end quote. Considering the landmark nature of this measure for Nova Scotia, I am very surprised that the 5 Liberal members of Parliament from Nova Scotia actually voted against it, and so casually, Madam Speaker. But clearly, the Liberal Party of Canada never cared enough about this important issue from Nova Scotia to fulfill their original promise. I would be remiss if I closed without quickly reviewing other initiatives in the Economic Recovery Act to help provide the stability our economy needs. They include helping farmers by extending the existing tax deferral currently available in regions affected by drought to regions affected by flood or excessive moisture as well. Ensuring dependability for public broadcasting by increasing the borrowing limit for CBC. Promoting global growth and cooperation by giving small and low-income countries a bigger voice at the IMF, while strengthening Canada's commitment to debt relief, and much more. Our Conservative government has been clear. We are ready to do whatever is necessary during these tough economic times to protect Canadians. The Economic Recovery Act builds upon that commitment and helps lay the foundation for long-term growth. I urge the House to give this legislation its quick approval, allowing C-51 to be introduced into the Senate in a timely manner. Thank you, Madam Speaker.
Questions and comments? The Honourable Member for Scarborough-Guildwood.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. I was much charmed by my honourable friend's happy little speech about all the sweet and lovely things that are going on in this place, and I can congratulate him on his immense work of fiction. Unfortunately, Madam Speaker, the honourable member did not mention that under the Conservative watch, we have gone from a position of surplus to a position of endless chronic deficits, probably totally in the neighborhood of about $175 billion over the next 5 years. So they've run the fiscal framework into the ditch. Then the excuse is, well, gee, we had to do this because of this worldwide recession, and so we put in all the stimulus money. So the world has been raining with Conservative checks and Conservative logos and Conservative signatures and Conservative happy faces all over the place. And when the Parliamentary Budget Officer asks, well, show us how this works, their response is to stonewall and then dump 4,000 pages worth of stuff. Then in this morning's paper, we read that we have the highest unemployment in 11 years. So, Madam Speaker, I ask the honourable member if, in fact, he can stand in his place and say to this House that, in fact, anyone should have confidence in this government's management of our nation's economy.
The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary to the Minister of Finance.
Well, in fact, the simple answer, and Madam Speaker, I do thank my honourable colleague on the other side. He was rather instrumental in making sure that this did finally pass through committee, and I urge him to speak to his colleagues in the Senate to make sure that that this Economic Recovery Act actually gets through the Senate when it does clear this place. But to answer that question, should Canadians have faith in this government? Should Canadians believe that there is hope? Absolutely, Madam Speaker. And this is the government that is willing to provide it to them. The Canadians elected a Conservative government in 2006 and then re-elected us again, even though even though we were going into a recession. No one knew how serious a recession was. But they voted for a Conservative government because they knew there was leadership there. There's a reason that the Liberals aren't in power and have lost in 2 elections, Mr. Speaker, because Canadians are not confident that they understand the economy in this country. They talk about having a surplus handed to the Conservative government. Well, Mr. Speaker, that's because they overtax Canadians. And Canadians aren't happy with that. Canadians expect us to provide services to them. They do not expect to be overtaxed and not know where those dollars are going. Thank you, Madam Speaker.
Questions et commentaires.
Questions and comments. The Honourable Member for Magny-Quagan. Thank you, Madam Speaker. First of all, Madam Speaker, I was listening to the Conservative member's speech with great interest. You will have noticed, as I did, that there are a lot of people forgotten in C-51. The forestry industry, for one. The government gave $70 million to the forestry industry for all of Canada, but $10 billion to relaunch the auto sector in Ontario. That's a double standard, Madam Speaker. In addition, the unemployed who lost their jobs, who were in mines or various other industries where they had job security, end up with plant closures or pulp and paper mill closures because of the economic crisis. The Bloc wanted greater accessibility to EI with 360 hours and the elimination of the 2-week waiting period. But the bill that the Minister or Parliamentary Secretary is vaunting means that the unemployed and the forestry industry were completely forgotten and left by the wayside. The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary.
And that is certainly a false accusation. Our economic action plan that was put forward in January reflected the seriousness of this global recession, and it reflected it to each and every sector of this economy. We put in place assistance for the forestry industry. We put in place assistance for the auto industry. We put in place tax cuts for individual Canadians. Madam Speaker, through our actions since we've formed government, we've taken 950,000 Canadians completely off the tax roll. That's more money in their pockets so they can choose to either invest it or spend it wherever they like. That's what we need to stimulate this economy. To suggest that we're not respecting all sectors of this economy, Madam Speaker, is an unfair accusation when we represent from coast to coast to coast all Canadians. We've put in place measures that will help those that are unemployed, and we are very troubled by those numbers that we see this morning, more job losses. But we've said all along, this worldwide recession is impacting Canada, just like it is other countries. Our neighbour to the south has lost far more jobs than we have, Madam Speaker. We need the United States to see recovery, to help Canadians' recovery as well. But we've put forward legislation this week, Madam Speaker, to extend the time that Canadians can be on EI. And that will help those people that received that bad news in this last month. But unfortunately, Madam Speaker, the Liberals actually voted against the Economic Recovery Act in this House. They voted against extended support for those on unemployment, Madam Speaker. I'm glad it's not me going back to their ridings to speak to their constituents who lost their jobs, to try and explain to them why they voted against that, Madam Speaker. I'm glad I'm going home to where I support people who have lost their jobs. Thank you, Madam Speaker.
Questions et commentaires. The Honourable
Questions and comments?
Elmwood Transcona.
Well, thank you, Madam Speaker. And while the home renovation tax credit is hardly a new idea, certainly we've had critical home repair programs in Manitoba since the 70s. It's been proven to be very successful, particularly at times when the economy is in some difficulties. I'd like to ask the member whether at this point he has any idea as to how many people are taking advantage of the program and what the tax losses would be to the government. And I'd also ask him if he's prepared today to announce, because I noticed he said it was a temporary program, whether he's prepared to announce today that he's planning to extend it for another year.
The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary.
Well, thank you, Madam Speaker, and that question doesn't surprise me at all because I believe in the debate on the first budget bill I had the same question from that honourable member, and I respect his tenacity, Madam Speaker. We have made no decision at this point whether or not it will be extended. It is tremendously successful. It has instilled confidence in consumers, in homeowners, Madam Speaker, like we haven't seen before. And Canadians are concerned. They're very concerned about this economic recession, about the impacts to their livelihoods, about their jobs. We need to be able to make sure that we can quickly pass this bill through this House, deal with it at this point, and we'll be looking forward to a new budget coming up soon, Madam Speaker.
Questions and comments? A 30-second question. The Honourable Member for Essex. Very quickly.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. Just very briefly, I think further evidence that the government is razor-focused on recovery, the Windsor area being the highest unemployment in Canada, and yet we have the highest stimulus investments in that region. Is that not proof to the member that the government is getting the job done?
The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary has 30 seconds to respond.
Well, thank you, Madam Speaker, and I do need to recognize that honourable member's work in making sure that he is doing whatever is within his powers to make sure that those people that were unemployed in his region may actually have an opportunity at some new jobs, actually see some stimulus money going into that community. Mr. Speaker, that's partnership, that's working as a member of our government, that's working with us to make sure that his constituents receive the support that they need and they deserve. Thank you, Madam Speaker.
Resuming debate, the Honourable Member for Scarborough-Guildwood.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. And unlike the previous speaker, which was a work of fiction, I'll be a work of fact. So I'm gonna chronicle how our party has come to the position of losing confidence in this government. And it actually is an interesting exercise. As you know, in 1993, we took over from the Mulroney government, and at that point it was a $42 billion deficit. And the $42 billion deficit was accumulated over the 8 or 9 years of the Mulroney government, and each and every year that government ran a deficit and added to the national debt. So at the end of '93, when the government changed, Mr. Martin and Mr. Chrétien had a nasty little surprise, and it took them about 4 years to dig out from that hole. And if you'll recollect, the election of 1997, Madam Speaker, was a critical election. We barely held on to a majority government because of the decisions that Messrs. Martin and Chrétien had to make with respect to getting the nation's finances under control. Thereafter, we ran about 10 years of surpluses and paid down on the national debt significantly. So that's how we get to the changing government in 2006. In 2006, we have a nice little gift for the incoming government, a $13 billion surplus, and they immediately say, take it without any thanks and add it to their own little rhetoric. So, the history, Madam Speaker, is conservative deficits, liberal surpluses, and here we are 4 years later into the most massive deficit that this nation has ever experienced. So how do we get from there to here? You have to actually sort of work at it, because the first deficit actually wasn't this year, Madam Speaker. It was last year, for the fiscal year ended March 2009, which is the period of time March 2008 to 2009. It was a $6 billion deficit. So here we have, in 2 short years, excluding the year they inherited from the from the Liberal Party, they're into deficit again, back to good old Mulroney years where you can't control your spending, you reduce your revenue base, and Bob's your uncle, you're into deficit. Well, one of the reasons that they don't seem to be able to walk away from their fixation with deficits is they don't seem to be able to control their spending. So a lot of commentators were making the observation that you can't flatline your revenue base while simultaneously running your expenditures at 7 or 8% increases on an annual basis. So you have your revenues running away with you, and you're flatlining your revenues. So in any household, Madam Speaker, yours, mine, anyone else watching this debate, you can't carry on spending money unless you, of course, you spend money more than you take in, unless, of course, you run up the debt. So here we are. That's what we're doing here. We're running up debt, and the first deficit wasn't this year. The first deficit was last year. So now we're into some rather massive amounts of deficit, Madam Speaker, and it's kind of interesting to quote the Prime Minister on these sorts of things because apparently in September of last year he said there wouldn't be a recession in Canada and we'd be fine as long as, and I quote, Madam Speaker, we didn't do stupid things such as running a deficit. That was only September of 2008. Then in October he suggested that the market represented good buying opportunities for Canadians. And in November, exactly a year ago, his failed economic statement promised a surplus for the next 5 years. So this government projected a surplus for the next 5 years. And finally, it was up to the Bank of Canada to tell Canadians, because the Prime Minister wouldn't, that we were in recession in November of last year. So by December, after a bit of a political crisis, he admitted that he would probably be running a deficit in the order of $20 to $30 billion, and in the budget that was passed here in January, it projected a deficit of $34 billion. Well, Madam Speaker, that was then, and now is now. $34 billion became $54 billion. $54 billion became $56 billion. And here we are. We still haven't finished the fiscal year end, and we don't actually know what the deficit will be. It's a pretty impressive list of incompetent statements, possibly even misleading statements, Madam Speaker, and it speaks to the issue of confidence. So if I stop the narrative there, Madam Speaker, you'll start to say, well, maybe the Liberals actually have it right. Maybe we shouldn't have confidence in this government. And indeed, Madam Speaker, that is the situation. We have ceased to have confidence in this government. And if you want, and this litany of incompetence and misleading information, it just keeps on keeping on. So then the excuse becomes, Madam Speaker, well, it's a worldwide recession, and because it's a worldwide recession, and because all of these other countries need to stimulate the economy, we need to do the same thing. So we in the Liberal Party, said, well, that's possibly a good idea, but only if it's a timely stimulus. So the phrase is shovels in the ground, because stimulus 2, 3, 4 years from now is actually kind of useless. Stimulus now, and stimulus in the last number of months where the economy was shrinking, is in theory and in practice a useful exercise. So we agreed that if you stimulated the economy with a temporary deficit, then fine, let's do it, and maybe we'll ride through this recession as best as we can. Well, Madam Speaker, that was the theory going into it, and then suddenly a whole bunch of Conservative checks started raining down on the heads of Canadians. Conservative checks with Conservative logos and Conservative MPs and Conservative signatures, and we had signs, we have checks and signs, et cetera, et cetera. And so clearly the thing that's the most stimulated in the last few months has been the sign-making industry and the check-writing industry. However, it doesn't seem to have had really any impact on the economy, Madam Speaker. So the Parliamentary Budget Officer was asked to see whether he could establish whether the stimulus money that had been injected into the economy was actually going to have any impact, any real and measurable impact on the economy. Well, first of all, he was sort of stonewalled. He asked and he asked and he asked, and he didn't get any response. And then after a period of asking and asking and asking, he got 4,000 pages of incoherent documentation dumped on his lap and said, "Okay, you figure it out." And he said that was an unacceptable disclosure and asked for an electronic formatted material. Apparently, this government is unable, or more likely unwilling, to actually produce the number and disclosure with respect to the stimulus projects in any kind of fashion that would allow a coherent analysis. So it's one thing for the Government of Canada to stonewall the opposition. It's another thing altogether for the Government of Canada to stonewall the Parliamentary Budget Officer, and that's exactly what they're doing, Madam Speaker. And that means that's essentially an insult by the government to every member of Parliament in this chamber. So let me read from the Parliamentary Budget Officer's observations with respect to the attempt to get information, and he puts it in much better language than I could, Madam Speaker. He points out that we have an uneven information regarding the implementation process, relevant benchmark outputs, and expected outcomes of measures of the stimulus package. Uneven information. What's that mean, Madam Speaker? Unmeasurable outcomes of the stimulus package. Inconsistent in its presentation. Some measures have been dropped or renamed. Lack appropriate disclosures regarding major components of the stimulus package, including infrastructure spending. What does that mean, Madam Speaker? The only thing that it can mean, Madam Speaker, is that he got 4,000 pages dumped on his desk and said, "You figure it out." And if the Parliamentary Budget Officer, who is an officer of the Parliament of Canada, who's been set up by Parliament, is unable to discern whether stimulus has actually worked in this country, it does not lie in the mouths of government members, particularly the parliamentary secretary, who say everything's wonderful and it's all working. There's no way to tell whether it's working. You know, he went on at great length about the home renovation tax credit and all that sort of stuff. Well, he cannot say, and he could not say to the member from the bloc who asked the question, or sorry, from the NDP who asked the question, is it actually working? You can't tell. You can't tell whether it's had any impact at all. The only thing you know for sure is you've run up the deficit by $56 billion. That's the only thing that's a factual truth. So, Madam Speaker, when the Honourable Parliamentary Secretary, and I assume the Conservative speakers that will follow, will talk at great length about how this stimulus package works, well, the Parliamentary Budget Officer, who is an officer of there to serve us, can't tell. Nobody can tell. So then the Parliamentary Budget Officer goes on and says, well, you should compare how the Americans disclose their stimulus package with how the Canadians disclose their stimulus. So under a variety of categories, under the U.S. Recovery, Accountability, and Transparency Board. Well, in the U.S. they have one. Here we don't. Then government-wide reporting. The U.S. they have quarterly reporting on oversight, quarterly reporting on economic impact by the Council of Economic Advisors. Here we get a note from Finance Canada once every 3 months. In the U.S. they have agency recovery websites, agency recovery aid plans, agency IG recovery work plans. We got nothing. Program-specific Recovery Act plans, other activity report tied to agency level reporting, we've got nothing. Recipient reporting, risk management reporting, award level reporting, all of that's available in the U.S. We, Madam Speaker, have nothing. So when the honourable members opposite in the government benches say that stimulus is working, well, Madam Speaker, you'll pardon us on the Liberal side of the House saying we have no confidence in what you say about the effectiveness of stimulus, because if the Parliamentary Budget Officer can't analyze it, and if the government won't disclose it, then it doesn't exist. But it gets worse, Madam Speaker. We got chronic deficits as far as we can see. We can't measure the effect of stimulus. And then in this morning's paper, we have a report which says that unemployment is at its highest point in 11 years. Globe and Mail. The recession has killed hundreds of thousands of jobs in Canada since employment peaked last October, with the jobless rate hitting a 11-year high at 8.7%. More than 1.6 million Canadians are now out of work, with the steepest job losses among factory workers, though no sector has been spared. So there we have it, Madam Speaker. We run up a huge tab on the government's dime, which is really our dime. We have chronic deficits as far as we can see. We cannot measure whether stimulus works or whether it doesn't work, and we have unemployment at the highest level in 11 years. Now, Madam Speaker, I don't know what would be required to turn you from confidence to a lack of confidence. But, Madam Speaker, those seem to be rather fundamental parts of being in a government. You have to be able to run the fiscal framework of the nation. You can't spend more than you take in. You cannot run up the deficit endlessly. You have to be able to measure what stimulus effects are, where they are, how they're effective, whether they're actually impacting the economy, and you want it to be a recovery where the jobs are there when people are available to do them. And what have we got? We've got a jobless recovery, if there's a recovery at all. We've got a huge run-up in our deficit, and we have a parliamentary budget officer that's being stoned each and every day. He asks for more information. It's pretty damning indictment, Madam Speaker, of the competence of this government. I don't quite know how my honourable friend, the parliamentary secretary, is actually going to go home and face his own constituency. It does seem to me that he's going to have a lot of explaining to do to the folks in Alberta, how the folks in Alberta, who generally are, shall we say, of a conservative persuasion, that he's run the bills up by $175 billion. And then he's going to have this cute little argument saying, oh yeah, but we paid down this amount of debt. He only paid down about $39 billion, of which 13 was left over from the Conservative government. So they actually haven't done much of a job. So net, Madam Speaker, they're probably up about $130 to $140 billion in debt. And let's hope, Madam Speaker, that the governor of the Bank of Canada can keep the lid on the rates. I don't know that he can always keep the lid on the rates. It's pretty low right now. We're pretty fortunate. But having racked up and anticipate racking up more and more debt, if the rates take off, then, Madam Speaker, the problems of this government will pale in comparison to either inflation or cost of borrowing. So, Madam Speaker, it's pretty difficult to express a confidence in a government that can't control its spending, flatlines its revenues, runs up the debt, taxes the futures of our children, can't and won't tell us whether stimulus actually impacts on the economy, and has a unemployment rate which is starting to go through the ceiling. So, Madam Speaker, you'll forgive me if I express a lack of confidence in this government. The litany of incompetence, the litany of misleading information, this relentless propaganda machine that comes from across the other way would do credit to a totalitarian regime. $100 million spent on telling the Canadians what good, fine folks we are, and meanwhile the debt is through the ceiling, the unemployment is rising, and they won't tell us, and they can't tell us whether stimulus works. So, Madam Speaker, I thank you for your time. I appreciate the opportunity to express this lack of confidence in this government.
Questions et commentaires.
Questions and comments?
Parliamentary Secretary to the Minister of Finance.
Well, thank you, Madam Speaker, and I'm glad that near the end of that speech from my honourable colleague from Scarborough-Guildwood that he begged forgiveness, because he needs to, Madam Speaker. I know that you listen intently to all speeches in this House, but, Madam Speaker, you know as well as I do, at third reading, one is actually supposed to speak somewhat about the bill that's being debated. I didn't hear a word in there that actually addressed C-51. I would ask you, with all due respect, to either approve his forgiveness, whichever you see fit, because I don't think his constituents are going to forgive him, because he stood in this House and voted against the Economic Recovery Act. In this House, Madam Speaker. How's he going to go back and explain that? He referred to me going back to my constituents. I'm going back proudly, Madam Speaker, to say that I'm standing up for Canadians. I'm making sure that they have all the tools available to them to withstand this economic downturn that we're facing. He talked about job losses. Madam Speaker, the United States lost 190,000 jobs last month. And he says that he's worried about our jobs. Absolutely, we're worried about the jobs that we lost in here. But did it help that he and his party, just this week, Madam Speaker, voted against extending EI? And now, Madam Speaker, I'm not speaking towards the bill, but I do have to ask if he knew anything that was in that bill, because we've seen both sides of it, Madam Speaker. In the House, he voted against it, and he supported us at committee. So good luck with him going home this week, Madam Speaker. I wish him all the luck in the world.
I will take this opportunity to remind all members that we are at third reading, and there is less latitude, and members should speak more specifically to the bill, although this is not a point of order as the member raised it after the speech. But for the honourable member for Scarborough-Guildwood for a response.
Well, Madam Speaker, it's rather amusing. I don't know how actually the honourable member will go back to his riding. I know where it is. I think it's a wonderful part of the country. It's poorly represented, but it's a wonderful part of the country. And he's going to have to tell his constituents that we, the Conservative Party of Canada, have run up the debt. We've run it up to $175 billion. That's pretty impressive. He's going to tell them that, hey, we can't really tell you where the stimulus has actually helped the economy. We can't tell you because either we haven't analyzed it, or we won't tell the parliamentary budget officer, or we won't give the parliamentary budget officer any information in order to be able to make an intelligent analysis. And then, when all of these unemployed folks are going to start traipsing into his office, he's going to say, weren't we really good at managing this economy? We've taken it from a liberal surplus and run it right into the ditch. It's brilliant, Madam Speaker, and if, Madam Speaker, I don't express the greatest confidence in this government, please forgive me.
Questions and comments? The honourable member for Vancouver Kingsway.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. Madam Speaker, I want to focus just a little bit on the home renovation tax credit. During the last campaign, my party, the New Democrats, traveled across this country, and we advocated very strongly for a program that would allow Canadians to retrofit their homes in an energy efficient way. And it's our belief that not only would this help create the green jobs of tomorrow, but it also would help Canadians improve their asset, their single biggest asset, their homes, and save energy at the same time. So I am very pleased to see that the government did bring in the home renovation tax credit, because I think it does allow Canadians to pursue this laudable goal. And I would just like to ask my honourable colleague what he thinks about the benefit of this program in terms of helping Canadians make their homes more energy efficient, and whether he thinks that's a good idea or not.
The honourable member for Scarborough-Guildwood.
I think the honourable member asked a good question. I think it's a very good question, and on the face of it, the home renovation tax credit enjoys a lot of support, certainly among contractors, they love that, but also among Canadians, and I think that that's actually an idea with merit. The problem is that nobody knows whether it works. The idea of the home renovation tax credit as part of the stimulus package was to get shovels in the ground. Well, on the face of it, that's a good idea. The trouble is the government won't tell us whether it works. You know, there's a significant component of taxpayers-funded dollars in that program. So just let the parliamentary budget officer find out whether it works. Because the point of stimulus, the point of your party's sometimes support and sometimes opposition, was that the money, the stimulus money, would be timely, would be in the ground, would be effective, and it may be, Madam Speaker, but nobody really knows.
Questions and comments? L'honorable député.
The honourable member for Miniquagon. Thank you, Madam Speaker. As the member said, when the Conservatives came to power, Canada's debt was at a certain amount, and now, over 9 years, the Conservatives just made the debt balloon. And when the Liberals with Jean Chrétien came into power in 1993, they remained a majority government till 1997, and they were able to deal with the deficit, but to the detriment of equalization payments. So there were cuts to education and health in the provinces like Quebec. And they also had all this surplus, billions of dollars, in the EI fund. So maybe that was the way they wanted to manage. They were taking money from provinces and by transferring responsibilities to them and then cutting money off from them. And they had this whole surplus in the EI fund. The Auditor General said so during the Liberal government. There were about 58. There was about a $58 billion surplus in the EI fund, and this is why workers later didn't get what they should have.
Question, and the honourable member recollected in 1993, the world or the newspaper reports, Wall Street Journal has designated Canada as an honorary member of the Third World because it didn't control its finances, Madam Speaker, and so it was with some great difficulty that cuts were made to programs and transfers, etc., and that did have impact on people. But, Madam Speaker, you can't have it both ways. You either have a financial system that is coherent, a financial framework that works, or you just do what the current government is doing, which is we'll just let it run and go into chronic deficit. So, Madam Speaker, I actually addressed this question with the Finance Minister when he came to committee because he said he's not going to raise taxes. He said he's not going to cut transfers. He said he's not going to cut pensions. That only leaves programs. His program spending is running at 7 or 8% on an annualized basis, and he said, well, maybe we can get 100 million of it, or 100 billion of it down to 3% on an annualized basis. So if you parse that answer, Madam Speaker, is we've got deficits for the foreseeable future, as far as the eye can see. That's what you get with a Conservative government. No fiscal discipline. The fiscal framework for this country is a wreck. And we're just looking over the edge, and we're about to go over.
A 30-second question, the honourable member for Elmwood Transcona.
Well,
very briefly.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. Well, the members will know that there was a worldwide recession last year at this time. In fact, a country like Iceland actually declared bankruptcy. But while all this was happening, the Conservative government was totally oblivious to the state of the economy. During the election, the Prime Minister was saying the land is strong, and he was saying that the stock market crash was creating buying opportunities. It wasn't until January, under the combined pressure of the opposition parties, that they in fact introduced the stimulus package in the first place. But he is right that the Americans have a better reporting system.
I have to give the honourable member from Scarborough-Guildwood equal time to respond.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. And very briefly, your point is well taken on the stimulus disclosure. They have it. We don't. They can do it. They won't. On the issue of the Prime Minister and his fantasy life, this time last year during that quote-unquote necessary election, the land is strong, we're free, and only stupid people run deficits. Well, here we are, 12 months later, who's running the deficit? So, there we are, Madam Speaker.
Order.
Thank you.
Reprise du débat, donc.
Resuming debate, the honourable member for Richmond, Arthabasca, may begin his comments. Thank you, Madam Speaker. I see that, like last Friday, I've started just before question period. I hope this won't become a habit. I know that question period is very important, but I will be concluding my speech later, which is on this bill, C-51, which the bloc supports. It has to do with implementation measures for the budget that was tabled in this House. Madam Speaker, I'd like to explain what this bill is about. It has to do, there are things like the home renovation tax credit, the first-time homebuyers tax credit. These are measures to help boost the economy. So we feel that these tax credits are consistent with what we've been asking for. We supported it. Our opponents say that we are always blocking things, criticizing things, but that's not true. We do support things that are good. We said we would during our election campaign. If something is good for Quebec, the Bloc will support it. And this holds for this particular bill. When we came in, the Liberal leader had decided all of a sudden that Canadians and Quebecers wanted an election campaign, although he himself had said earlier that people wanted an election campaign as much as they wanted a hole in the head. And yet the Liberal leader did talk about triggering an election. What the Bloc did was what it always does. The measure was good for Quebec, so we voted for it. We voted, even though it was a confidence, and there was another a vote on a measure that we didn't believe in, and we voted against it, even though it could have triggered a non-confidence and an election. So the Liberal leader, it seems, has realized that people don't want an election, and it seems that this is the case with public opinion. But let's get back to C-51, which brings in a tax credit, and I'll get there later, Madam Speaker. There will be 17 minutes left when the debate resumes.
The honourable member for Oshawa.
Thank you very much, Madam Speaker. Dating back as far as the late 1940s, Canada has had a proud tradition of peacekeeping. Canada's armed forces, Canadian diplomats, the Royal Canadian Mounted Police, provincial and municipal police forces, as well as civilians, have all taken part in peacekeeping efforts. Last year, August 9th was declared National Peacekeepers Day. This past summer, I had the privilege to celebrate with peacekeeping veterans in my riding of Oshawa. From this point on, every August 9th, Canadian peacekeepers, past and present, will be honored through events and activities held across Canada. However, our recognition of their service does not stop there. We, as a nation, owe these young men and women an everlasting debt of gratitude. The significant contributions made by our peacekeepers have helped shape Canada's identity. This year, during Veterans Week, I ask all Canadians to remember and honor our peacekeepers, our veterans, and the members of our Canadian Armed Forces with whom their tradition of service continues. Lest we forget.
The Honourable Member for Laval des Îles. Madam Speaker, I'm very happy to welcome the arrival of Mont Laval, which is a new French-language newspaper in Laval. It is the French equivalent of Laval News, an English publication that has been providing high-quality news for several years. As the official critic for the francophonie, I fully understand the importance of this new paper, which will provide another new visibility for French. It will reflect the linguistic diversity of Laval, a city where French and English exist side by side in a multicultural context. I congratulate the team at Mont Laval for the contribution that they will be making to news, and I wish it the best of success. The Honourable Member for Compton-Stanstead. Today I'm paying a tribute to a great woman who lived in my riding, Mrs. Françoise Maurice, who died on September 11th at the age of 93. We called her the great woman of culture, la grande dame de la culture, and she has done a considerable work to develop culture in Coaticook, and her name is associated with the library in the municipality. This woman was on all committees. She was a volunteer at the library that was named after her, an archivist at the Musée Beaune. She was also very active at the Arts and Culture Pavilion and was an extraordinary reference source for the Coaticook Historical Society for many years. Like many women before her, Françoise Maurice was a pioneer and a visionary, an exceptional woman who warrants her contribution being saluted here in the House today. The Honourable Member for Nickel Belt. Madam Speaker, I rise in the House today to pay tribute to Marc Gay, Bruno Goulet, and Domenico Bolini, the three miners who tragically died in the Lac Bachelor gold mine in Quebec. We often forget just how dangerous mining is. For over 34 years, I worked for a mining company, and I have had friends who've died underground. In the weeks to come, the Quebec Safety and Security Commission will undertake an investigation of this tragedy, and I hope that the industry will take seriously all of its recommendations and do everything it can to prevent deaths of this kind. I know that all members will join me to express our condolences to the families and friends of Marc Gay, Bruno Goulet, and Domenico Bolini, as well as to the people of Desmarais-Ville. Thank you.
The Honourable Member for Edmonton Centre.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. Monday, November 9th marks the 20th anniversary of the fall of the Berlin Wall and the peaceful revolution that led to the reunification of Germany and a divided Berlin. The 12-foot concrete wall extended for 100 miles surrounding Berlin and included electrified fences and guard posts. It stood as a stark symbol of the decades-old struggle between the West and the Soviet Union. When the wall fell, it marked the beginning of the end of the Cold War. Shortly thereafter, the Iron Curtain would be lifted from the Soviet Union, freeing millions of people and bringing democracy to many more. It was the strength and determination of the Western Allies that stood firm with freedom-loving people of the world against oppression. It was Ronald Reagan who said at the Brandenburg Gate, "We in the West stand ready to cooperate with the East to promote true openness, to break down barriers that separate people, to create a safer, freer world." We must never forget those who sacrificed their lives in the name of liberty and freedom. We must always work towards a freer, more democratic world. Thank you, Madam Speaker.
The Honourable Member for Vancouver Quadra.
Speaker, in less than 100 days, hundreds of thousands of visitors will head to Vancouver for the experience of a lifetime. After years of hard work by athletes and others, Canadians will unite to celebrate sport and excellence at the 2010 Olympics. Excited as I am for Canada, I am also very worried. I'm worried that the Vancouver Games will be undermined by the fear and chaos of a national health crisis that has been terribly mismanaged. I'm worried that visitors will choose to stay home instead of enter the eye of a pandemic tornado that experts believe is yet to reach its peak. With priority vaccinations finally starting to reach clinics, long lines are a regular sight in Vancouver. Liberals have made constructive proposals which are being ignored. If the Conservatives don't take action now in the H1N1 pandemic, years of hard work and resources may be wasted. This Conservative government has ragged the puck on H1N1. The clock is ticking down, but there's no time for a timeout. BCers need vaccinations now, and the world needs to be assured that Canada hasn't thrown in the towel.
The Honourable Member for Crowfoot.
Mr. Speaker, members of Parliament are returning to their constituencies to attend many different Veteran Week ceremonies. In my riding of Crowfoot, Government of Canada Remembrance Day wreaths will be laid in 21 communities as we gather together to express a sincere thank you to the generations of men and women who have worn our uniform, who have defended our way of life and made Canada strong, free and proud. We acknowledge the contribution that ordinary Canadians have made in 2 great wars, in Korea, on peacekeeping missions, on military operations, and in Afghanistan today. Canadian soldiers are the best in the world. They're the best trained, the most disciplined, and the most professional. We live in a country blessed with peace, a country built on the values of generosity, democracy, human rights, and the rule of law. During Veterans Week, we thank our men and women in uniform, past and present, for their sacrifice, lest we forget.
The Honourable Member for Drummond. Madam Speaker, recently, 6 athletes, member of the Sports Study Program at the Drummondville Figure Skating Club, excelled at the Quebec section of the BMO Patinage Canada Championship held in Sherbrooke from October 28th to November 1st. In their respective categories, Roxane Rio, Claudia Paquette, and Vincent Olivier Hahn won titles, provincial titles, and Vanessa Grenier, Marie-Pierre Duchesne won 2nd place, and Marie-Gabrielle Helmond 3rd. In addition, 7 figure skaters from Drummondville who also succeeded in earning a place on the team that will represent Quebec at the Eastern Canada Challenge in December in Mississauga. In addition to Aimon Duchesne, Rio Greneau are Valérie Bergeron, Maud Leclerc, and Roxane Cornoyer. Congratulations to all these athletes and good luck.
Regina Lumsden Lake Centre.
Madam Speaker, they say when you want something done right, you've got to do it yourself. MLA Lyle Stewart showed that Saskatchewan politicians are not to be fooled with. Last week, Stewart was a victim of an attempted carjacking. Emphasis on the word attempted. Rather than risk losing his beloved 2001 Ford Taurus, the normally mild-mannered MLA sprang into action, subduing his attacker with one hand while phoning 911 on his cell phone with the other hand. The attacker's arsenal of weapons included pens, pencils, and a side mirror ripped off Stewart's car. But this proved no match for Stewart. In fact, Stewart barely felt the assailant's blows to his head at all, because Stewart has spent his entire career trying to talk sense into the NDP, which we all know is like running one's head into a brick wall. And so, Madam Speaker, let evildoers beware. In Saskatchewan, some people may like to wear Superman pajamas, but in Saskatchewan, Superman actually wears Lyle Stewart pajamas.
The Honourable Member for Davenport.
Since 1951, the Pan American Games have brought athletes from across the Americas together in a spirit of competition and excellence. The most recent host city, Rio de Janeiro, welcomed over 5,000 athletes and saw the participation of 42 countries. These numbers will only grow each time the Games are held. Toronto is up against the fine cities of Lima and Bogota, but we're also confident of the excellence of our standing bid. The Greater Toronto Area will benefit enormously from hosting the Games. Upward of 15,000 jobs will be created, and economic benefits in the range of $2 billion will mean improvements in public transit, revitalized sports infrastructure, and the construction of affordable housing. This bid is a significant opportunity to show our many attributes to our neighbours across the Americas and indeed around the world. Along with all the residents of Toronto and my colleagues here in Parliament, I would like to congratulate and thank the many individuals who put together our bid for the Games. Their hard work and dedication is appreciated, and we share their excitement today as we wait for the announcement. Thank you.
The Honourable
I am very proud to congratulate our Prime Minister for receiving the Grand Cross of the Order of the Pléiade awarded by the Association Parlementaire de la Francophonie. In honor of his exceptional contribution to the Francophonie, this award was given to a man devoted to his fellow citizens, a noble-hearted man dedicated to the cultural and linguistic diversity of Canada. I am very touched by this honor awarded to our Prime Minister by the Association Parlementaire de la Francophonie. The efforts undertaken within our government, our Conservative government, for Francophone communities throughout Canada are finally recognized by our parliamentary colleagues throughout the world, and I'm very happy to hear that. Madam Speaker, it's an honor for me to work alongside this Prime Minister. I wanted to tell him that this award is something he has fully deserved, and it reflects his personality.
Madam Speaker, seniors in East Vancouver, the self-employed and those approaching retirement worry about the future as they watch their pension plans fall apart. Many seniors in our community live in poverty, and it's even harder to get by during this economic recession. The problems with Canada's pension system are serious and they must be fixed. The NDP has introduced a comprehensive plan to reform Canada's pension program. We want to see a national pension insurance program to protect workers' pensions from company shortfalls and increase the contributions to CPP benefits, and something I think is especially important, a significant increase in the guaranteed income supplement to a level that will eliminate seniors' poverty. The seniors of East Vancouver desperately need this. Mr. Speaker, it's high time that the income security of seniors is made a top priority. I call on the government to move swiftly to adopt these proposals. It's affordable and responsible and simply the right thing to do. Thank you, Madam Speaker.
The Honourable Member for Chatham-Kent, Essex.
Madam Speaker, I'm very proud to announce today that Bill C-50 has received royal assent. This means that unemployed long-tenured workers can now receive between 5 and 20 extra hours of EI while they search for a new job. These Canadians have worked hard and paid premiums for years and deserve our support now that they need it most. Unfortunately, the Liberal leader voted against support for these Canadians and their families. He needs to explain why he doesn't think these Canadians, who have given so much to our country and so much to our economy, are deserving of this support. Mr. Speaker, Madam Speaker, when it comes to helping Canadians and their families weather the global economic storm, Canadians know that they can count on our Conservative government to deliver results.
L'honorable député.
The Honourable Member for Terrebonne-Blainville. Mr. Speaker, next Monday will mark the 20th anniversary of the fall of the Berlin Wall. This wall of shame, built in 1961 by East German authorities, was to prevent the exodus of residents from East Berlin to West Berlin. For 28 years, it was a symbol of the divide of the East-West divide, of the Cold War. On November 8th, this Soviet bloc was weakened, and the authorities of the German Democratic Republic, the GDR, announced that it would facilitate the passage of people to the west. There was confusion early on, and during the night of the 9th to the 10th of November, the wall fell. Thousands of people crossed it and destroying it along the way. This was the end of a period of oppression, poverty, and conflict. At the same time, it was the end of the GDR. Today in the world, there are 17 other walls of shame extending over 7,500 kilometers. Let's hope the 20th anniversary of the fall of the Berlin Wall will contribute to reminding us that this kind of segregation has no reason to exist because it...
The
Honourable Member for La Salle-et-Mar. Mr. Speaker, it's with great pride and enthusiasm that I congratulate the Corporation de l'Espoir, led by Claude Barbier and Huguette Giroux, which won the Moulin d'Or 2009, given by the Borough Council last month. This prestigious prize goes to a volunteer organization that has distinguished itself during the year. Mr. Speaker, I want to highlight the exceptional work done by this organization, which provides assistance to people with intellectual deficiencies. Despite their very limited human resources, and they have a strong structure and a rock-solid willingness to work and do their volunteering. This prize that went to the Corporation de l'Espoir shows that the values that we hold dear have not disappeared: kindness, dedication, devotion, and respect for others. I want to thank this organization for the 30 years it has devoted to our community and wish it all the best in the future. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
For St. Catharines.
Well, thank you, Mr. Speaker. Our government continues to implement Canada's Economic Action Plan to help combat the effects of this global recession. Infrastructure projects across the country are up, they are running, and they are creating jobs. That's right. We have reduced taxes on families, on businesses. We've created the home renovation and first-time homebuyers tax credits. But, Mr. Speaker, while our Conservative government is fighting the recession, just this week, the Liberal leader directed his party to oppose extending employment insurance benefits to long-tenured workers to help them while they search for new employment. Mr. Speaker, Canadians know that they can count on us to ensure we get through the global economic recession stronger than ever. With Canada's Economic Action Plan, this Prime Minister and this government leading the way.
Order. Oral questions. Questions orales.
Oral questions?
Ottawa South.
Mr. Speaker, let's look at the facts about the H1N1 pandemic. Canada did not, in fact, administer the largest number of vaccines per capita. Australia has been ahead of us for over 2 months. Canada is not the country which is administering the vaccine most rapidly. The US and the UK were vaccinating long before us. Even China has 7 weeks head start on us. How will the Conservatives make up for lost time?
Minister of Health.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, Australia has vaccinated close to 1 million people of a total population of 22 million. In Canada, we've vaccinated more Canadians the last 2 weeks than any other country in the world on a population basis. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
The honourable member for Ottawa South.
Mr. Speaker, the story keeps changing. Let's look at the figures. The Canada Public Health Agency left $50 billion out of its allocated budget on the table. For prevention and control of infectious diseases, $17 million were unused. For health promotion, $17 million inactive. $3.5 million for emergency preparedness never got used. Why didn't the Conservatives allow the agency to use all available resources?
Ministre de la Santé.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, our government has invested over $1 billion into this pandemic plan, and we are investing more. We purchased the vaccine for Canada, and we will continue to support public health agency in the delivery and the rollout of the pandemic plan. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Honourable député d'Ottawa Sud.
Mr. Speaker, the only thing Canadians have more of per capita is partisan sloganeering and wasteful signs. This is about putting needles in arms, not pointing fingers and blame. The real problem is that the priorities are all wrong. Infections will peak by the end of this month. 40% fewer than the promised vaccines delivered. $50 million left on the table. Why not support more clinics? Why not more public health nurses? Why not help for our shut-ins? Wouldn't Canadians be much safer if only a fraction of the energy put into the Blue Waste campaign had been dedicated to leading a truly national pandemic response?
The Honourable Minister of Health.
Mr. Speaker, by the end of next week, over 8.5 million doses of H1N1 vaccine will be delivered to the provinces and territories, and there is enough vaccine available for all priority groups and all Canadians. Canada currently has more H1N1 vaccine available for Canadians than any other country in the world does for their own population makeup. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
The Honourable Member for York Centre.
Mr. Speaker, Canadians are not getting vaccinated fast enough. The minister says she's right on plan, but H1N1 sets its own timetable, and according to its timetable, it will peak about 3 weeks from now, and there's no way the minister's timetable will meet H1N1's timetable. So what more additional, different now is the minister going to do to deliver not to her plan, but to the pandemic's need, to people's needs?
The Honourable Minister of Health.
Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, in regards to when the pandemic will peak, the Chief Public Health Officer's comments yesterday were taken out of context. We do not know when the peak will be. Right. What we are doing is encouraging all Canadians to get the vaccine when it becomes available, and we're also encouraging Canadians to respect the sequencing of the vaccine approved by the provinces and territories. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
The honourable member for York Centre.
Mr. Speaker, this is pitch-in time. This isn't about jurisdiction, it's about people. When floodwaters rise, it's all about all of us doing whatever we can. That's never been the Prime Minister's approach. We'll do this, you do that, and that's the end of it. Except this government hasn't done its part, the provinces and territories are struggling, and Canadians aren't getting vaccinated fast enough. Mr. Speaker, what more, additional, different, now will the minister do to deliver not to her plan, but to Canadians' needs?
The Honourable Minister of Health.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, again, we'll continue to provide support to the provinces and territories. We are producing vaccine on a weekly basis, and that is being distributed across the country. This is a plan that was put together by the provinces and territories. Every single province is doing their part to deliver the pandemic plan. And I have to also say that by next week, some jurisdictions will have vaccinated their entire population. So this is good news in terms of the rollout and support the provinces and territories.
The honourable member for Joliette. Mr. Speaker, one of the dubious people that contributed to Senator Carignan's campaign when he was a Conservative candidate was Giulio Maturi, a bagman for the Conservative Party who became Director General of Vision Montréal after a recommendation of Senator Housakos and Tony Accurso, who approached Benoit Labonté. Given the accumulation of troubling facts, will the Prime Minister stop sticking his head in the sands and demand an investigation into the party funding of Senator Carignan, the Honourable Minister of Public Works? As you know, Mr. Speaker, in 2006 we said we would do some house cleaning. We did it. We have the strictest law we've ever had in Canada. We hear the Bloc Québécois insinuate things in the past 2 weeks. These are allegations. If they have specific cases to report, they should do so to the correct authorities outside the House. The Honourable Member for Joliette. Mr. Speaker, talking about house cleaning, following Benoit Labonté's testimony about municipal corruption, Maturi, someone who is close to Senator Housakos, suddenly didn't have a job within the Conservative Party. Does the Prime Minister understand that it's not by just getting rid of somebody quietly that you get to the bottom of things? You need a thorough investigation into financing strategies. The Honourable Minister. Mr. Speaker, we hear words. This is speculation and fabulation. There are no allegations here. There are no outside here. Well, if there are allegations, Mr. Speaker, they should make them outside the House with the proper authorities. They should seize these authorities with the facts so that light can be shed on this supposed scheme that they're invoking. The Honourable Member for Montmorency Charlevoix, Haute-Côte-Nord. The bagman and the Conservative Senator, Léo Housakos, is involved in dubious financing in Rivière-des-Mille. He was behind the Conservative candidate Claude Carignan. This same man is involved in a contract to the Bridge Authority. He organized a cocktail party for engineering companies, the minister, including the Minister of Patronage, the Minister of Public Works, and managers responsible for awarding the contract. Does Mr. Housakos' behavior here justify an investigation? The Honourable Minister. Mr. Speaker, this is more speculation. It's horrible to hear these kinds of insinuations without proper facts. If they have allegations, dubious cases to report, they should go to the proper authorities. They've been screaming about this for 2 weeks now across the floor. They don't do this because there's no foundation to their allegations. If they have any foundations, they should go to the authorities. That's all they have to do. The Honourable Member for Montmorency Charlevoix Côte-Nord. In addition to Senator Housakos, Giulio Maturi, a Conservative bagman, was involved in Claude Carignan party funding, who became a Conservative senator. And like Osakos, he also took part on May 20th in the fundraising activity by the Conservative Party that led to the awarding of a contract to a firm related to Senator Osakos. Don't these facts justify an investigation into the funding practices in Rivière-des-Mille and the awarding of contracts by the Bridge Authority? The Honourable Minister. The member is repeating the same story. It's becoming soporific. All kinds of ridiculous allocations are being made here in the House. All they have to do is bring this to the authorities. They don't do that. Is it because they want to camouflage the fact that they've been voting against measures that are bearing fruit on the ground, that are helping the unemployed, that are helping municipalities? All the municipalities in Quebec are renewing their infrastructure. If we followed their logic, we'd be stuck in these kinds of allegations and there would be no construction projects in Quebec.
Order. The Honourable Member for Vancouver East. Order.
Mr. Speaker, once again today we see the results of failed Conservative economic policies. Despite government assertions that the economic crisis is behind us, 43,000 more Canadians were thrown out of work in October. 43,000 more Canadians now facing a grim winter, many of them women and young people. Sadly, most of them won't qualify for EI. When will this government realize that their economic action plan is failing, and when will they figure out that they need to change the direction that they've taken?
The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary to the Minister of Finance.
Well, thank you, Mr. Speaker. And in answer to that question, our economic action plan is working. Canadians have been telling us that, Mr. Speaker, that what we've put into this economy, the economic action plan, is making sure that the jobs that we have remain secure. We're creating new jobs. Mr. Speaker, it's always unfortunate when we see numbers like we did today, lost jobs. But I would remind this House that in the last 2 months, we actually had an increase in jobs. Did we hear a question? Did we hear any concern from these honourable members? No, Mr. Speaker, but as soon as we hear some sad news, they seem to be all over it.
The Honourable Member for Vancouver East.
He is proud to have forced the government to give an extra $1 billion for the unemployed, but it is far from enough, because in the last 12 months, the Conservatives have presided over the net loss of 400,000 jobs in Canada. Yet this government keeps repeating that the economy is doing better, but the facts speak for themselves, Mr. Speaker. The Conservative economic recovery is a jobless recovery. When will they realize that an advertising campaign is not an economic plan?
The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary to the Minister of Finance. Order.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. And all honourable members in this House have heard our Prime Minister and our Finance Minister remind us day after day that this will be difficult. There will be job losses. There will be gains, but we will see this positive numbers and negative numbers. Unfortunately, today we saw negative numbers. But we need a clear, entrenched economic recovery in Canada and abroad, mostly in our largest trading partner, the United States, before we will see a true and strong recovery.
The Honourable Member for Vancouver East.
They keep claiming that we're supposed to be over the worst of the economic crisis, yet the job losses are mounting. The largest losses were in Alberta with 15,000 and in BC with 13,000 jobs. And what does this government do to help these new 13,000 unemployed British Columbians? Well, the Conservatives reward them with the HST, a higher sales tax on the most vital goods like home heating. People are losing their jobs, Mr. Speaker. They're facing a tough winter, and the Conservatives are increasing their home heating bill. What kind of help is that?
The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary to the Minister of Finance.
Well, Mr. Speaker, let me answer that with a question. What kind of help is it when the NDP vote against every tax cut that we provide for Canadians?
How does that help Canadians?
Mr. Speaker, we tried to give a tax cut to those that provide service through guide dogs. For the blind, Mr. Speaker, the NDP voted against that. We tried to put forth tax reductions that would leave more money in Canadians' pockets so they could help recover from this worldwide economic recession, Mr. Speaker. They continue to vote against that. I don't think they have any credibility standing up and talking about taxes in this House.
The Honourable Member for Mississauga South.
Speaker, the federal Toronto Port Authority has been exposed as being dysfunctional and mismanaged, and yet the Minister of Transport says everything is in accordance with policy. But today we find out that the current board chair, who was recently appointed by that minister, altered the board minutes of last year's minutes to cover up political interference and gross mismanagement. Since the auditors have advised the minister of these ethical and legal breaches, will the minister now ask the Auditor General to conduct a thorough investigation?
The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary to the Prime Minister.
Mr. Speaker, the Toronto Port Authority is an independent and arm's-length organization. The TPA has said many times that all expense and hospitality claims, for example, have been followed. The board has since stated that management and staff clearly followed all of these policies. The chairman of the audit committee stated that there was nothing unusual in these expenses for a business of this size.
The honourable member for Mississauga South.
Not true. The former CEO, the current Minister of Natural Resources, reimbursed herself for 2 expense reports which were not signed by the chair of the board, but said the chair refused to sign these reports. Mr. Speaker, the member has just misled the House. Fiscal mismanagement on hospitality and other expenses, doctoring board minutes to cover up political interference and gross mismanagement, a feuding dysfunctional board, unauthorized use of government offices for political fundraising. Mr. Speaker, the list goes on. This is not accountability. This is a cover-up. Mr. Speaker, this is not just unethical, it's fraud. When will the government call on the RCMP?
The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary to the Prime Minister.
Mr. Speaker, I would suggest if that member wishes to make those kinds of allegations that he have the courage to say them outside of the House of Commons. In the meantime, the Toronto Port Authority is an arm's-length organization. The TPA has said many times that all expense and hospitality policies were followed. The chairman of the audit committee stated that there was nothing unusual in these expenses for a business of this size.
The honourable member for Guelph.
Speaker, the loss of over 43,000 Canadian jobs last month drove the country's unemployment rate up to 8.6%. With the $100 million the Conservatives are spending on political propaganda, they could have been helping small and medium-sized businesses. The average small business loan is $100,000. That $100 million could have helped over 1,000 businesses, directly creating thousands of jobs and saving countless more. Mr. Speaker, why is this government so concerned about its own image rather than the livelihoods of Canadians?
Honourable Parliamentary Secretary.
Mr. Speaker, that question is simply ridiculous. Of course, Mr. Speaker, the honourable member knows that this government has done more for businesses across this country than any government in Canadian history, than any government around the world in terms of this global economic slowdown. That's why the World Economic Forum came out just a month ago and said that Canada will emerge from this slowdown as one of only 2 industrialized countries in a more competitive position than we went in.
Honourable member for Hull-Aylmer. Mr. Speaker, over half of the job losses during this recession affects the young. In October, 50% of the 43,000 job losses were among the young. Last year, employment among the young declined by almost 10%, Mr. Speaker. This is unheard of. Young Canadians are disproportionately affected by the recession and disproportionately neglected by the Conservative government. Instead of wasting $100 million on propaganda, why didn't the Conservatives increase the funding for young entrepreneurs, for example? The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary to the Minister of Human Resources.
Mr. Speaker, the fact of the matter is that thousands of jobs have been created for students this summer and young people. We've invested over $20 million over 2 years for Canada Summer Jobs, created 40,000 jobs, Mr. Speaker. We've done a number of things to create jobs and to help those unemployed. And I'd like to ask this member why he would oppose help and aid to those that are unemployed.
The Honourable Member for Gatineau. By presenting a private member's bill to abolish the gun registry in order to have a free vote, the Quebec Conservatives are accomplices of those who are asking for the complete abolition of the gun registry. The Minister of Public Safety in Quebec sees this approach as something that is just a scheme. Contrary to the Conservatives, Quebecers want the gun registry. If the government doesn't believe it is useful, why doesn't it transfer to Quebec the funding necessary as Jean Charest requested during the last election campaign? The Honourable Minister of Public Works. Mr. Speaker, this is a position by the Conservative Party. It's a long gun registry we want to abolish. Let me tell you one thing, Mr. Speaker. We're proud of this here in Quebec, to support this, because we promised our voters we'd do that, and we keep our promises. The Bloc doesn't think of all Quebecers. They should look at the public. It's much more controversial than they're trying to let it be known. The hunters and anglers, for instance. Quebec can register this. This is provincial jurisdiction. We decided to decriminalize. The Honourable Member for Gatineau. Order, please. The government has no credibility on this. They waited for the day after the vote to make public an RCMP report on the usefulness of the gun registry. Why is the government hell-bent on depriving the police of tools they feel are useful? The Honourable Minister of Public Works. Mr. Speaker, the report is tabled here in the House in accordance with our rules. They should stop insinuating all kinds of things that are unfounded. The problem is illegal weapons, knives and handguns. That register remains. What we're doing is abolishing long gun registries to penalize hunters and farmers. So they should stop saying this nonsense. They should go and visit Quebecers and see that people are much more divided on this issue than they let us believe. The Honourable Member for Richemont-Arthabasca. The government of Quebec and its municipalities are disappointed in the fact that the funding for infrastructure is not getting to them in time. The government is more concerned with its visibility than the need to create jobs. Why doesn't it provide the money in a block so that all the work for infrastructure can begin quickly? The Honourable Minister of Public Works. Mr. Speaker, here there's a notion that my colleague doesn't understand. In a federation, we work in cooperation with the province of Quebec. This is what we're doing. Quebec is the master here. We work in cooperation with Quebec. If we followed their logic, I repeat, there wouldn't be any money in the field. There would be no construction going on. There'd be no increase in job creation for construction. That's what's a disgrace. They are opposed to this from the start. Everything we propose for Quebec, they are against. Let them explain that to the voters of Quebec. The Honourable Member. Order. The Honourable Member for Richemont-Arthabasca. The promise on Route 185, 3 days before the election in Rivière-du-Loup, shows us how cynical the Conservatives are. The voters in the riding will not be had by these partisan schemes. A poll by the Canadian press shows that the riding did get its funding with a Bloc member. When will the government stop politicizing the infrastructure program? The Honourable Minister of Public Works. It's hard to imagine a more ridiculous question than that, because the Bloc members all voted against the Economic Action Plan of Canada. Do you know why? There's spin-offs all over Quebec. In Bloc ridings, in Liberal ridings, and Conservative ridings, because there are 10 Conservative members here who are part of the government in Canada. And they implemented the Economic Action Plan. If it hadn't been for us, there wouldn't be a penny out there.
Order. The Honourable Member for Mississauga, Brampton South. Order. Order.
Mr. Speaker.
Order. À l'ordre. La période de questions continue maintenant. The Honourable Member for Mississauga, Brampton South now has the floor. Order.
Mr. Speaker, the City of Mississauga tried to get funding for a pathway project in Willow Creek Park. They were turned down. Yet, with the money this government forced Mississauga to spend on partisan signs, they could have done projects twice and still had money left over. Why has this Conservative government put propaganda ahead of the people of Mississauga?
Honourable Parliamentary Secretary to the Prime Minister.
Mr. Speaker, I thank the honourable member for his question. He's got a problem, though, and that is that for months the Liberal Party has been telling Canadians that there are no projects, no construction underway throughout the country. Now there's construction everywhere throughout the country, creating jobs, building bridges, expanding hockey facilities for young people, providing a home renovation tax credit. All of these things are happening, and the Liberals don't want for them to be publicized, and now they complain that there are signs all over the place. So first they say there are no projects, and now they say there are too many projects with too many signs.
The honourable member for Mississauga, Brampton South. Order.
Mr. Speaker, the priorities of this government are a joke. They force the city of Mississauga to spend an average of $227 per sign. Yet when it comes to infrastructure spending, Mississauga only received $46 per resident. Can the government explain why propaganda is 5 times more important to them than people?
The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary to the Prime Minister.
Mr. Speaker, the Liberal Party really has got to decide. Either they believe there are no construction projects and therefore no signs to advertise those projects, or they believe there are too many construction projects and therefore too many signs to publicize them. At the end of the day, the Liberal Party has got to make a decision. On this side, we have made our decision. We are funding job-creating projects that are building communities across this country. They're creating jobs today, expanding hope for the long term, and providing Canadians with an economic action plan that delivers results.
Honourable member for Vancouver Quadra.
Speaker, in Ontario, the Olympic torch is stopping in 29 Conservative ridings and only 3 held by Liberals. Clearly, there's a bias. This government is a torch relay sponsor. The government House Leader put out a list of all the ridings that will see the torch. The government minister asked MPs to contact him about torch events in their ridings. Whether it's infrastructure or the Olympic Games, this Conservative government inappropriately exploits public initiatives for their own partisan gain. When will they stop?
The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary.
Well, thank you, Mr. Speaker. Of course, it's ready, fire, aim on the other side, and these desperate conspiracy theories are totally false, but don't take my word for it. Let's listen to what John Furlong, the CEO of HoC, had to say about this issue. He said, "At no time did anyone in any government or any political party offer one iota of counsel or influence about that. We did our jobs the way we should have done them." That's what John Furlong said. She must have a problem with John Furlong.
The Honourable Député d'Honoré.
The Honourable Member for Honoré-Mercier. Mr. Speaker, the Olympic torch is a symbol of unity, of competition and camaraderie. And it's all these things, but it's certainly not partisan. Of all the events that are scheduled across the country, there is 62% is in Conservative ridings. We wonder if these are Conservative games or Olympic games for all Canadians. The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary to the Minister of Canadian Heritage.
So that the Liberal Party is trying to politicize this, but as I said earlier, HoC organized this, and of course CEO John Furlong, we heard what he had to say, but let's listen to what the Liberal member for Vancouver Quadra had to say about HoC. She said, "HoC can be proud of their seamless organization, embodying the Olympic principles of excellence, friendship and fairness. Congratulations to John Furlong and his organizing committee." What in the world are they going on over there about, Mr. Speaker? 1 minute he's doing a great job, the next minute he's not. I can't figure it out, Mr. Speaker.
The Honourable Member for Bakerville Wainwright. Order.
Mr. Speaker, Canada is still being affected by the global recession. Our economic recovery is very fragile. That is why our Conservative government is focused on staying the course and implementing our economic action plan. Our plan provides support for Canadians and their families to help them weather the economic storm. Can the Parliamentary Secretary to the Minister of Human Resources please update this House on the measures that we've taken to help these hard-hit Canadians.
The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary to the Minister of Human Resources and Skills Development.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Our economic action plan is working. Our Conservative government provided 5 extra weeks of EI, which benefit over 300,000 unemployed Canadians. We made unprecedented investments in skills training to get Canadians back to work. We've expanded work sharing, which is currently protecting the jobs of over 165,000 Canadians. I am proud to announce that our bill to provide extra support for long-tenured workers has received royal assent. Despite the shameful opposition by the Liberal leader and members of his party, I have no idea what they have against those hardest hit by the global recession. But, Mr. Speaker, we're getting results for Canadians and will always stand for those that need.
The Honourable Member for Timmins, James Bay.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Well, the Toronto Port Authority is a swamp of sleaze and corruption. We're now learning that the board was rewriting minutes of their meetings while rubber stamping dodgy receipts. What a perfect training ground for our own ethically challenged Minister of Natural Resources. She used the Crown Agency to troll for political donations. She covered up expenses while dining out like aristocracy on the taxpayer's dime. Now, the Minister of Transport could have cleaned house, but instead he played along. So will this government finally rein in these rogue ministers?
The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary to the Prime Minister.
Mr. Speaker, this government brought in the toughest anti-corruption law in Canadian history. It's called the Federal Accountability Act. It limits political contributions. It protects whistleblowers. It makes the system more transparent, or adds roughly 20 additional organizations to access to information. This was a positive step for accountability and transparency in Canada. And on this side of the House, indeed, right across Canada, people are proud of that act. Thank you.
The Honourable Member for Timmins, James Bay.
Oh, Mr. Speaker, they don't call it the Pork Authority for nothing. The Tories interfered with the election of the chair of the board. They fired people who asked tough questions and replaced them with bagmen and pals. Now, why would that be? So that the Minister of Natural Resources could use the private list to troll for cash? So they could use the board to dump their buddies into the positions of power? I would say this to the government. You're busted. Fess up and apologize to the people of Toronto.
Honourable Parliamentary Secretary to the Prime Minister.
The Toronto Port Authority is an arm's-length organization. The TPA has said many times that all expenses and hospitality policies were followed. The board has since stated that management and staff clearly followed all of these policies. The chairman of the Audit Committee stated that there was nothing unusual in these expenses for a business of this size.
The Honourable Member for Manicouagan. Mr. Speaker, Bill C-50 does not respond to the needs of Quebec workers in the forestry sector. It was designed for people in the automobile sector, which is concentrated in Ontario. And C-56 won't really help the self-employed in Quebec because they already have a parental leave under Quebec jurisdiction. And their premiums are too high vis-a-vis what they get out of it. This does not work, and what we need is an overall, not a piecemeal approach. The Honourable Minister. Mr. Speaker, C-50 is an extraordinary bill for the unemployed in Quebec, and the Bloc should have supported it. It's 5 to 20 weeks extra for long-tenured workers, and that's no small feat, Mr. Speaker. And for the self-employed, what will happen is that they will have access to an extraordinary plan. The other people across the way are voting against it, but they're going to have to explain why they will not help these people. The Honourable Member for Manicouagan. This week, a majority of members in this House supported the Bloc's motion proposing improvement and improvement to the levels and greater flexibility in the system. Will the government give a royal recommendation so that this can go through and improve the EI system? The Minister. Mr. Speaker, we've just We've just offered C-50. They voted against it. They could have had 5 to 20 extra weeks. Benefits, that's quite a big deal. For long-tenured workers, the Bloc voted against it. Anything we try to do to help the economy or help the unemployed, across the way they vote against it. They don't want to make progress, they just want to divide, so they're trying to start fights that have no basis in fact.
Mr. Speaker, the new Veterans Charter was adopted unanimously in 2005. It renewed this country's commitment to Canadian Forces members, veterans, and their families. The government has had 4 years to implement the Charter, yet last week the Royal Canadian Legion said, and I quote, "It is becoming evident that critically wounded veterans may not be provided adequate financial security under the new Veterans Charter." If the problem is not the Charter, when is the government going to implement it, and why is it failing at it?
The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary.
Yes, Mr. Speaker, I thank the member for the question, and certainly as a member of the Veterans Affairs Committee, he does get that information firsthand, and probably he's well aware that the government's working hard on reinstating so many programs that were devastated by the former Liberal government. And certainly the Charter is an initiative that we're picking up on that certainly is important, but as all members sitting over there would know, it's going to take a long time to reinstate those very, very important programs. We all know we can never do enough for our veterans in Canada.
The Honourable Member for Don Valley West.
Mr. Speaker, this week the Ombudsman for Veterans said this is going to create a great deal of confusion and unhappiness, especially for people who suffer operational stress problems. These are people who are dealing with post-traumatic stress syndrome. Can the Minister make sure that modern care is provided for these post-traumatic stress syndrome sufferers? The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary.
Mr. Speaker, as our Minister has stated very clearly several times, that the traditional review and respect we have for veterans doesn't change. But the reality today is that we have so many more people entering the veteran stage and the modern wars and the modern responsibilities we have right around the world. And this government knows that we can certainly never do enough for the standard veterans, and we have to make sure we do just as much and even more for the new veterans because they're protecting Canada and freedom right around the world.
The Honourable Member for Vancouver Kingsway.
Mr. Speaker, with the H1N1 outbreak, Canadians need a strong public health care system now more than ever. But the Conservative candidate in the British Columbia by-election, Diana Dilworth, just said on local radio that she wants more private health care in our country. This is a candidate so out of step with British Columbia that not only does she oppose public health care, she opposes a judicial inquiry into the salmon collapse, something all British Columbians want and this government just announced. Is Ms. Dilworth's position on private health care the position of this Conservative government, or is she out of step with her own party on this issue, too?
The Honourable Minister of Health.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, I will continue to work with the provinces and territories and support the Canada Health Act of this country. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Honourable Member for Sudbury.
Mr. Speaker, the hard-working people at the Sudbury Regional Hospital are doing all they can to deal with H1N1, but they've reached their critical care capacity. ER volume is up 30%, and they've already been forced to cancel over 40 surgeries. In the event of a natural disaster, the federal government supports provincial and municipal efforts. That system is in place. Mr. Speaker, exactly how much worse must the situation get before the federal government steps up and provides financial support for the delivery of the vaccine?
The Honourable Minister of Health.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, our government has invested over $1 billion to support this pandemic plan, and we continue to assist the provinces and territories in developing the vaccine as well. In terms of supporting provinces deliver health care, this government on an annual basis now contributes $24 billion under health care transfers to support the provinces to deliver their health care. And I will continue to work with the provinces and territories as we deal with this pandemic. Thank you.
The Honourable Member for Kitchener-Conestoga.
Mr. Speaker, unemployed, long-tenured workers are among the hardest hit by the global recession. These are Canadians who have worked hard, paid premiums for years and need extra support while they search for new employment. Our Conservative government took concrete action to help them by introducing Bill C-50. Can the Parliamentary Secretary to the Minister of Human Resources please update this House on the status of this important bill that will provide much-needed support for these hard-working Canadians? Thank you.
Honourable Parliamentary Secretary to the Minister of Human Resources.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I'm proud to announce that Bill C-50 has received royal assent.
Excellent.
This means that unemployed Canadians, long-tenured workers can now receive between 5 and 20 weeks of extra EI support while they transition into a new job. Shamefully and regrettably, the Liberal leader and members of his party voted against these hard-working Canadians at every stage in the House and in committee. Mr. Speaker, while the Liberal leader continues to disappoint those hardest hit, it is our Conservative government that will continue to always stand up for hard-working Canadians and their families in the hour of need, Mr. Speaker.
Honourable Member for Davenport.
Mr. Speaker, we must the events of last Friday run against this objective. This Conservative government will it commit itself to help create and establish good governance in Haiti? Why do we continue? Why do we not do more to help establish stability in this country? Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I'd like to thank my colleague for his question. And I'd like to inform this House that I had the opportunity to talk to the President of Haiti last week. And this with respect to this transition in government. My colleague, the Minister of State responsible for the Americas, was with me, and I'd like to tell my colleagues in this House that the President assured me once again that he would be available to talk, and he also talked about how necessary it was to have a stable government. And Mr. Speaker, we will continue this approach with the government. The Honourable Member for Rosemont-la-Petite-Patrie. Mr. Speaker, Canada's actions this week have shown that the Conservative government couldn't care less about the environment. In the Barcelona conference, the minister refused to negotiate about absolute targets, but he has no strategy. Will the minister admit that his so-called strategy is nothing else than the strategy of big oil, which wants to derail negotiations in order that they can do the least possible for the environment?
The purpose of the Copenhagen negotiations is to achieve a new global framework to replace Kyoto. There's 192 countries at the table. We have tough negotiators to ensure an agreement makes sense for Canada's economic, geographic, and industrial realities. We will not sign a deal that's bad for Canada. That was the Liberal way at Kyoto. It's not the Conservative way at Copenhagen, Mr. Speaker.
The Honourable Member for Ottawa Centre.
Mr. Speaker, appointments should be based on merit and not partisanship. But look at the Board of Rights and Democracy. The Tories are turning this into the Board of Conservative Cronyism. Earlier, the government indicated its intention to appoint Irene McLeod to the board. According to her resume, she has no past experience in the field, but she is a loyal Conservative partisan. The latest offering, Mr. Speaker, is Michael Van Pelt, another individual whose resume indicates no background in the field, but he has been a donor to the provincial Conservative Party. Mr. Speaker, when will the government stop the assault on Democracy Institute?
The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary to the Prime Minister.
Mr. Speaker, I'm pleased to inform the Honourable Member, and indeed the entire House, that all of our appointments are based on merit. Thank you.
Honourable Member for Miramichi.
Mr. Speaker, important meetings are beginning today in Recife, Brazil. Canada has long pressed the International Commission for the Conservation of Atlantic Tunas to adhere to scientific advice and enforce the rules of this organization. But members fishing the stock in the eastern Atlantic and Mediterranean fish recklessly, leading environmental groups and some countries to call for a trade ban. Can the Minister of Fisheries and Oceans assure this House that Canada will stand up for conservation and its fishers?
The Honourable Minister of Fisheries and Oceans.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Canada's bluefin tuna fishery is a responsible and sustainable fishery, and it's worth as much as $10 million annually to Canadian fishers, not to mention significant economic spin-offs. Canada is calling on all ICAT members to take immediate, concrete, and decisive action on conservation and management at ICAT's annual meeting, which begins today. ICAT must put an end to the overfishing of the violating countries, Mr. Speaker. If they do not take immediate action, Mr. Speaker, it could have serious and long-term consequences for international trade for all of bluefin tuna. This government will continue to press, Mr. Speaker, and stand up for fish.
The Honourable Member for Davenport.
Mr. Speaker, Haiti is the second largest recipient of Canadian foreign aid, with many Canadians currently serving there to help bring stability to the people of Haiti. Last Friday, in a clearly disturbing development, the Senate in Haiti voted to remove the country's Prime Minister, who was just elected in 2008. With so much investment, Canadian investment in Haiti, and with so many Canadians working there in Haiti, and I'm glad that the Foreign Minister has spoken to the President, what action has this government actually taken to deal with this issue?
The Honourable Minister of Foreign Affairs.
Well, Mr. Speaker, as I mentioned in my previous response, I did speak with the President. He has reassured me, as well as he has reassured the Minister of State for the Americas, that they will be continuing and keeping to the game plan that the previous government had put forward. We, as well as our allies who are not only involved in building infrastructure, building institutions, policing that country, making sure that Haitians take over that country, we are satisfied with the course of action that is taking place, and I want to reassure the members of this House that we are as well satisfied with that course of action.
That will conclude the question period for today. Tabling of documents. J'ai l'honneur de déposer sur le...
I have the honor to table the report to Canadians for 2009.
The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary to the Minister of Public Safety.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I have the honour to table in both official languages the 2008 annual report of the Commissioner of Firearms in accordance with Section 93, subsection 2 of the Firearms Act.
The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary to the Government House Leader.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, pursuant to Standing Order 36.8, I have the honour to table in both official languages the government's responses to 14 petitions.
Dépôt de documents.
Tabling of documents.
Introduction of government bills. Déclaration de ministre.
Statements by ministers.
Reports from interparliamentary delegations. L'honorable député.
The honourable member for Ottawa-Vanier.
I have the pleasure of pursuing to Standing Order 34.1 to present to the House in both official languages the report of the Canadian delegation of the Canada-Africa Parliamentary Association respecting its bilateral visits to Luanda, Angola, and Windhoek, Namibia on August 16 to 21st, 2009. And Mr. Speaker, I just thought I'd take a moment to say that one of the changes that we've made in this particular report is that we have in the past not made perhaps specific recommendations, but at this point the delegation unanimously thought that it should recommend that the government seriously consider the establishment in Angola of a trade office for the purposes that are very obvious and referred to in the report that we're tabling today. Thank you very much.
Rapport de délégation
Reports from interparliamentary delegations.
Committees. The Honourable Member for Charlottetown.
Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, I have the honour to present in both official languages the 19th report of the Standing Committee on Public Accounts in relation to Chapter 5, Passport Services, Passport Canada, of the 2009 report of the Auditor General of Canada.
The Honourable Member for Montmorency, Charlevoix, Haute-Côte-Nord. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Pursuant to Standing Orders 104 and 114, as Vice Chair of the Standing Committee on Procedure and House Affairs, I have the honour of presenting in both official languages the 23rd report of the Standing Committee on Procedure and House Affairs with respect to the membership on House committees. If the House gives its consent, I intend to seek a concurrence for the report later today, but very, very soon.
Présentation de rapport de...
Presenting reports from committees.
Of private members' bills. Madame Folco, appuyé.
Ms. Folco, seconded by Ms. Murray. Moved for leave to introduce a bill entitled An Act to Amend the Canadian Human Rights Act and the Canada Labour Code. Mandatory retirement age.
L'honorable député de la...
The Honourable Member for Laval-les-Îles. Thank you, Mr. Speaker, and I rise today to introduce my bill on human rights and the Canada Labour Code to prevent federally regulated companies to establish a mandatory retirement age. This will affect private companies under federal jurisdiction and federal government administrated.
Mr. Speaker, the purpose of my bill goes one step beyond the decision of April 9, 2009 by the Federal Court of Canada, who found that age discrimination violated the Charter following complaints by 2 Air Canada pilots. This was followed by a Human Rights Tribunal decision on August 28th, which said in part that mandatory retirement is an affront to the right to equality, and which found that the infringement of equality rights through mandatory retirement could no longer be justified. My bill would remove the offending provisions of the Canadian Human Rights Code and other federal acts and regulations. Ces modifications toucheront...
These amendments will affect more than 840,000 Canadians, or 10% of the working population, at a time when our birth rate is going down. I hope that members on both sides of the House will support the quick and speedy adoption of this bill. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Ms. Folco, seconded by Ms. Murray, moved that this bill be read a first time and printed. The motion is deemed adopted.
First reading of this bill.
When shall the bill be read a second time?
Right now.
At the next sitting of the House.
Dépôt de projet de loi émanant des
Introduction of private members' bills.
public bills. Motion.
Motions.
L'honorable député de Montmorency.
The Honourable Member for Montmorency, Charlevoix-Haute-Côte-Nord. Mr. Speaker, if the House were to give its unanimous consent, I would move that the 23rd report of the Standing Committee on Procedure and House Affairs be adopted. Does the Honourable Member for Montmorency, Charlevoix-Haute-Côte-Nord have the unanimous consent of the House to move this motion? Agreed?
So the motion is at the pleasure of the House to adopt it? Agreed? I declare the motion carried. The Honourable Government House Leader.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, there have been consultations between all parties. I think if you seek it, you'll find unanimous consent for the following motion, that notwithstanding the provisions of Standing Order 83-1, the deadline for the Standing Committee on Finance to table the 2009 pre-budget consultation report be extended to Wednesday, December 9th, 2009.
Does the Honourable Government House Leader have the unanimous consent of the House to propose this motion? Agreed? La Chambre l'a entendu.
The House has heard the motion. Is it the pleasure of the House to adopt it?
D'accord.
Agreed? I declare the motion carried. Motions.
Presenting petitions. The Honourable Member for Sudbury.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I'm pleased to present these petitions today on behalf of close to 200 citizens in my riding of Sudbury. They're asking the Federal Industry Minister to issue an official apology to the citizens in the City of Greater Sudbury. In an article in the Sudbury Star in July, the Industry Minister referred to Sudbury as being the Valley of Death and made other remarks that angered citizens across the City of Greater Sudbury. Sudbury is a very proud community and deserves respect from the federal government, just like all other communities across Canada. So, Mr. Speaker, the undersigned residents of Sudbury are calling upon the Minister of Industry to officially apologize for his comments and confirm the federal government is doing what it can to support the City of Greater Sudbury. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
The Honourable Member for Scarborough Southwest.
Mr. Speaker, I have the pleasure to present a petition signed by close to 100 constituents in my riding of Scarborough Southwest. The petitioners would like to bring to the attention of the House that there is a scientific consensus and public acknowledgement that animals can feel pain and suffer, that all efforts should be made to prevent animal cruelty and reduce animal suffering, that over 1 billion people around the world rely on animals for their livelihoods, and many others rely on animals for companionship. Finally, Animals are often significantly affected by natural disasters and yet seldom considered during relief efforts and emergency planning, despite their recognized importance to humans. The petitioners call upon Parliament to petition the Government of Canada to support a universal declaration on animal welfare.
The Honourable Member for Kitchener Centre.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I rise today to present a petition from constituents in my riding of Kitchener Centre and elsewhere to call the attention of the House of Commons to the fact that veterans have served with honour, veterans have demonstrated a willingness to sacrifice in the service of our country, but there exists a chronic shortage of medical and convalescent facilities for them, and they face multi-year waiting lists for services. Therefore, the petitioners ask the House to expand the range and scope of medical and convalescent services for veterans, to expand the number of beds, and to initiate a reevaluation of medical services provided to our veterans, specifically those in their senior years, to ensure that adequate resources and attention are being paid to those who have served their country so well. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
The Honourable Member for Vancouver Kingsway.
Mr. Speaker, I rise to present a petition on behalf of my constituents, citizens of Vancouver, and indeed all Canadians, calling on the government to pass Bill C-311, the Climate Change Accountability Act. These people care deeply about the future of our planet, and they believe that Canada should be playing a leadership role in the global effort to combat climate change. They want the government to take immediate action to meet the science-based greenhouse gas reduction targets that are mandated in the bill. These people know that climate change is real. They know that we need to take our responsibility and our actions seriously now, and they want us to commit to strong environmental targets at Copenhagen. Mr. Speaker, I'm honoured to stand today in the House of Commons and present their call to action. Our future hangs in the balance.
The Honourable Member for Charlottetown.
Mr. Speaker, during the periods of September 3, 1939 to March 1, 47, and subsequently from June 27, 50 to July 27, 53, certain veterans received the Canadian Volunteer Service Medal for Korea. And this, Mr. Speaker, is a petition from residents of in the Greater Charlottetown area, a smaller number from Oakville, Victoria, calling upon the Government of Canada to recognize by means of the issuance of a new Canadian Volunteer Service Medal to be designated the Governor-General's Volunteer Service Medal for volunteer service by Canadians in the regular and reserve military forces and cadet corps support staff who were not eligible for the aforementioned medals and who have completed at least 365 days of uninterrupted honourable duty in the service of their country since March 2, 1947. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
The Honourable Member for Pitt Meadows, Maple Ridge Mission.
A petition signed by constituents of mine and other residents of the Lower Mainland of British Columbia who believe that there is scientific consensus and public acknowledgement that animals can feel pain, and that believe all efforts should be made to prevent animal cruelty, and that over 1 billion people around the world rely on animals for their livelihood or for companionship. And so these petitioners are calling on the Government of Canada to support a universal declaration on animal welfare. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
The Honourable Member for Elmwood Transcona.
Well, thank you, Mr. Speaker. My petition calls for equal employment insurance benefits for adoptive parents. Adoption, Mr. Speaker, is an important and essential act in a compassionate, caring, and just society. And under the current EI insurance program, adoptive parents are given 35 weeks of paid leave, followed by a further 15 of unpaid leave. Under the law, a biological mother is given both the first 35 weeks and the latter 15 as paid leave. Adoptions in Canada are often expensive, they're lengthy, they're stressful of the adoptive parents. Recent studies have shown that additional 15 weeks of paid leave would help parents better support their adoptive children and handle many of the specific issues they must face. Mr. Speaker, the petitioners call on the Government of Canada to support Bill C-413, which would amend the Employment Insurance Act and the Canada Labour Code to ensure that an adoptive parent is entitled to the same number of weeks of paid leave as a biological mother of a newborn child.
The Honourable Member for Mississauga South.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I have three petitions to present to the House today.
Order 36 and is certified by the Clerk of Petitions. Mr. Speaker, the first one has to do with support for the Universal Declaration on Animal Welfare. Mr. Speaker, these residents from Burlington, Oakville, and my riding of Mississauga South want to draw to the attention of the House that there's a scientific consensus that and public acknowledgement that animals can feel pain and suffer, and all efforts should be made to prevent animal cruelty and reduce animal suffering, and that over 1 billion people around the world rely on animals for their livelihood, and many others rely on animals for companionship. So, Mr. Speaker, these petitioners would like to call upon Parliament and to petition Parliament to support a universal declaration on animal welfare, which we'll be debating later this day. Mr. Speaker, the second petition is concerning the protection of human life, Mr. Speaker. These petitioners from various points across Canada have called upon the Parliament to recognize that Canada is a country that respects human rights and includes in the Canadian Charter of Rights and Freedoms that everyone has the right to life, and that whereas it's been 40 years since the May 14, 1969 event when Parliament changed the law to permit abortion, and since January 28, 1988, Canada has had no law to protect the lives of the unborn. These petitioners, therefore, Mr. Speaker, would like to call upon Parliament to pass legislation for the protection of human life from the time of conception until natural death. And the final petition, Mr. Speaker, has to do with probably one of my favorites. It's, although I'm not expressing an opinion of support or contrary, but it has to do with the public safety officers, police officers, and firefighters. Mr. Speaker, these petitioners call upon Parliament to recognize that police officers and firefighters are required to place their lives at risk in the execution of their duties on a daily basis, and that the employment benefits of these police officers and firefighters often provide insufficient compensation to the families of those who are killed while on duty. And finally, that the public also mourns the loss of police officers and firefighters killed in the line of duty and wish to support in a tangible way the surviving families in their time of need. The petitioners therefore call upon Parliament to establish a fund known as the Public Safety Officers Compensation Fund for the benefit of families of public safety officers who are killed in the line of duty.
Présentation de pétition.
Presenting petitions.
Order paper, the Honourable Parliamentary Secretary to the Government House Leader.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, question number Q453 will be answered today. Furthermore, Mr. Speaker, if questions number Q418, Q419, Q420, Q421, and Q423 could be made orders for returns, these returns would be tabled immediately.
The question enumerated by the Parliamentary Secretary has been answered. Is it agreed that questions Q418, Q419, Q420, Q421, and Q423 be made orders for return? D'accord? Agreed?
Agreed.
Ordered, so ordered. The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary.
Well, thank you, Mr. Speaker. And lastly, I ask that the remaining questions be allowed to stand.
Agreed. And so ordered.
Here we go. Well, it's break week. You've got to be generous, Marcel.
Order. The Chair would like to take a brief moment to provide some information to the House regarding the management of private members' business. Comme les députés le savent.
As members know, following the replenishment of the order of precedence, the Chair reviews new items so as to alert the House to bills which, at first glance, appear to impinge on the financial prerogative of the Crown. This allows members the opportunity to intervene in a timely fashion to present their views about the need for these bills to be accompanied by a royal recommendation.
The order of precedence with 15 new items. I wish to inform the House that Bill C-343, an act to amend the Canada Labour Code and the Employment Insurance Family Leave, standing in the name of the member for Compton Stansted, gives the Chair some concern as to the spending provisions it contemplates. I would encourage honourable members who would like to make arguments regarding the need for a royal recommendation to accompany this bill or any of the other bills now on the order of precedence to do so at an early opportunity. Je remercie la Chambre.
I thank the House for its attention.
Orders of the day, order du jour.
Government orders, government bills, resuming debate. Third reading of Bill C-51, the Economic Recovery Act, stimulus. Prior to question period, the Honourable Member for Richmond Athabasca had the floor. He has 17 minutes remaining for his remarks. So I recognize the Honourable Member for Richmond Athabasca. Well, thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. And once again, on this Friday, I was interrupted by question period. They were excellent questions, but the kinds of answers that we got from the government were such that it might have been better if we'd continued with the speeches on the bill. However, question period did give me an opportunity to hear the Minister of Public Works say that the Bloc was always against everything. He obviously didn't listen before question period, because I had said that the Bloc would be supporting Bill C-51, that we agreed with the measure, which is an act to implement certain measures of the budget tabled in Parliament on January 27, 2009, and to implement other measures. So, Madam Speaker, if I may, I'd like to start by summarizing what I said during the first 3 minutes of my speech. I said that Bill C-51 would implement the home renovation tax credit, and that was one of the proposals contained in the Bloc Québécois action plan when Parliament reconvened, because all people in the House acknowledged that we were facing an economic crisis, and during the in fact in 2008, the Conservative Party denied that we would be facing difficult times, and the situation has still not changed. Everyone knows that throughout the world an economic crisis is underway. It's affecting Canada, Quebec, and they would inevitably be affected by it. We're not happy with that, but we had to take off our rose-colored glasses and prepare for the worst, and put in place some effective measures to deal with and mitigate the effects of the crisis. So that's why the Bloc Québécois had put forth that plan. It was acknowledged by the Minister of Finance, who said in this House that in fact, only party that had put forth concrete measures was the Bloc Québécois. He thanked us for that. And he stopped then because when he presented his budget, there weren't very many of the measures that the Bloc had put forth.
So C-51 introduces a tax credit for the purchase of a first home. That's a good measure. We had proposed that in our last election platform during the last campaign, which ended October 14, 2008. C-51 implements certain international commitments to the IMF signed in 2008. There are other measures, Madam Speaker, that we could discuss. I was talking about the temporary tax credit for home renovation, the tax credit for the purchase of a first home, increasing tax relief under the earnings. And what interested me in C-51, since I am an agriculture critic for my party, is that the tax relief or tax holiday for farmers in drought areas will help farmers who reduce their livestock because of floods or excess humidity. And there will be a list for 2006 to 2009. So we're not talking about a measure that will make farmers very rich overnight. However, it is an adjustment that is a good one when there is a catastrophe that hurts our farmers. And lastly, by amending the customs tariff in order to make conditions more flexible for the import of containers. So that is more or less the measures contained in C-51. What we could criticize, because I heard the Parliamentary Secretary to the Finance Minister talking earlier, and he did during first reading as well when the measure, the home tax credit was announced. This was supposed to be the eighth wonder of the world, and that was going to relaunch the economy of Canada and Quebec because of this tax credit measure for home renovations. Let's not exaggerate here, Madam Speaker. I know that this government has a tendency to use hyperbole to market itself, to brand itself with the logo of the Conservative Party and what have you, but that is not the measure that will mean that we can put an end to the economic crisis. given all the difficulties we've experienced in the past few years and months. We mustn't exaggerate here and put that kind of measure on some sort of pedestal. What's missing, of course, in this deficit fighting plan, well, there are many aspects that we can discuss in the next few minutes. The overall plan to fight the recession is insufficient and poorly targeted. But since measures like C-51 are acceptable for Quebec, the Bloc Québécois will support this bill. If we want to talk more specifically about the home renovation tax credit, Madam Speaker, as I said in the first phase, we had proposed that, and we were concentrating on converting oil furnaces to something more energy efficient. We developed a very specific plan to have us less dependent on oil. We feel that in addition to reducing dependence on oil, this measure would have allowed for the rapid injection of funds into the economy. The measure we're talking about today, C-51, which was put forth by the government, does not specifically target eco-energetic renovations, but it is nonetheless an effective way to stimulate the economy rapidly. The government could have gone further and presented a real environmental plan whose effect would have been to stimulate the economy while pursuing GHG reduction targets and reducing dependence on oil. Now, with regard to the tax credit for the purchase of a first home, that is interesting too, because in our election platform in 2008, we had talked about facilitating access to home ownership. We had asked for the implementation of this kind of program. The measure put forth by the government is not as generous as what we had presented, but we feel that it is a step in the right direction, and that's why we also support that measure. Access to ownership, Madam Speaker, is an important step in the lives of many people. Access to ownership allows households to accumulate capital and benefit from capital gains. In Quebec, we have far less home ownership than the rest of Canada. Many young families have trouble accumulating the down payment they need to buy a home. Like most individuals who are on the labor market, most see their income increase, but they have to wait a while before they can buy a home. The Bloc Québécois suggests that the Conservative government have low-interest loans of up to $10,000 for the purchase of a first home, although the tax credit is a step in the right direction. I was talking about the last election campaign. I imagine that many of my colleagues here in this House and many candidates during the last election had a chance to meet with real estate agents, since they had many demands in order to increase home ownership. In my campaign, I had the opportunity to meet with people throughout Canada. There were some in my riding, of course, but elsewhere as well. We had an opportunity to debate with them and listen to their proposals. And that proposal that I was referred to, an interest-free loan of up to $10,000 for the purchase of a first home, was very warmly received by the people I met with. They felt that this was a measure that could indeed help people buy their first house. And in their line of work, this was seen very favorably, of course. If that measure went forward, it would complement the tax credit being proposed by the government in Bill C-51 and would, of course, facilitate ownership of a first home. Thus, we would have a complete program for access to home ownership. With regard to economic measures presented in the budget, of which C-51 is a part, it's the enactment, if you will, of the tax credits. As I said in my introduction, after a question period, the government denied the existence of an economic crisis in the last campaign. Unfortunately, people in the Conservatives arrived with empty hands during the economic statement of last November, which provoked a crisis. Well, let's not get back to that, but we almost had a coalition government as a result. There was some thought given to going back to an election, but some measures were presented, even though they are incomplete. For our part, we did our homework. We presented a recovery program with 4 objectives: tighten the social safety net and give increase public confidence, since the public is still going through a crisis, stimulate jobs and investment, support Quebec and the provinces, and stimulate strategic spending, particularly through reduction in the dependence on oil. We know that the OECD suggested to countries that can afford it to support the incomes of workers who lose their jobs. And the best way to do that, of course, is through the EI system. All economists agree that this is one of the best ways to stimulate the economy. That is, to help the poorest, especially people who, regrettably, because of the economic crisis, lose their jobs. Needless to say, in the forestry sector, for instance, people could have benefited from more flexible and broader measures when it comes to access to the employment insurance system. So we are proposing a clear improvement in EI to increase access for all those who lose their jobs. Given these changes, 148,000 more people could have access to the EI system every year. Moreover, with the abolishment of the waiting period, which the Bloc has asked for many years, as have other parties, checks could have been sent out within 14 days. We also proposed helping those who had the worst, who were hard hit by poor investments, including seniors, by increasing the GIS by $110 a month. For middle-class families, we proposed doubling the tax credit for the GST for 2009. We know that right now the government has put in place measures to stimulate the economy. A lot of money has been invested to help the auto sector in Ontario. We were never against helping that sector in Ontario, but if you look at the statistics, Madam Speaker, you realize that the government favored Ontario over others to the detriment of Quebec and the other provinces, especially Quebec with its large forestry sector, and which did not receive that kind of money, very far from what Ontario received. 100% of the $9.7 billion, almost $10 billion of direct federal spending for the auto sector was spent to date. 80% of the $70 million for all of Canada spent on the forestry sector to help it develop new markets. So not only is there a huge discrepancy between the aid provided to the workers in the auto sector with $10 billion and just $70 million for the forestry sector across Canada. In addition, 100% of the money was spent in the auto sector, but 20% has not yet been spent in the forestry sector. So, in its economic recovery plan, the government should listen to Quebec and the provinces, the opposition parties, the unions, workers, the National Assembly of Quebec as well, which made its pressing needs known, so that there'd be economic stimulus, especially in the manufacturing and forestry sectors. The Quebec forestry industry employs over than 88,000 workers, men and women, and this is an engine for the economies of many regions. I was talking about EI earlier. Yesterday, some good news, Madam Speaker. Not the one about the unemployment rate. Unfortunately, that is bad news since it went up, but the good news is that here in this House, we voted in favor, everyone except the Conservatives, voted in favor of Bill C-308, tabled by my colleague from Chambly-Bordua. This is a bill that will go to committee now. There were many measures to present a complete reform in the framework of an economic stimulus package. That would have been a good idea for the government to bring forward more complete changes than those that it brought forward in a piecemeal manner by tabling certain bills. The Bloc bill seeks to increase access to the system and establish a threshold of 360 hours for everyone, which would allow women, young people, who are usually the hardest hit by job losses, as well as precarious workers, they would get better access to benefits. C308 also suggests an increase in the benefits rate from 55 to 60% of earnings, and changes that would allow self-employed workers to have voluntary access to all EI benefits, contrary to Bill C-56 by the Conservatives, which only proposes access to special benefits for the self-employed. So we have a bill that is presenting not only concrete measures, but global measures that are very effective to help the unemployed. This is what could have been done advantageously on the government side. Madam Speaker, you're telling me that I must conclude now? Indeed. We will support C-51 without reservations. You can't be against motherhood and apple pie, even though the pie isn't a full one, but there's a piece of pie anyway that will help us in terms of tax credits, especially for home renovations. I can't see that people lined up in my ridings, at my 3 riding offices, to ask for information about these measures, but I did have to answer some questions from my constituents who are interested in that tax credit. And of course, we sent them information with pleasure. There are people I know who have taken advantage of this and applied so that they can start looking at getting that tax credit for their renovations. So this is why we are agreeing to encourage this measure by voting in favor of Bill C-51. Thank you.
Questions et commentaires. The honourable member for Elmwood Transcona.
Well, thank you, Madam Speaker, and I listened to the Speaker's presentation with interest, and I wanted to go back to a statement that was made earlier by the member for Scarborough-Guildwood, and when he was indicating that in the United States, the stimulus package in the United States has a much, much better system of accounting attached to it, which is why at the end of the day they should have less problems with boondoggles that perhaps this government will be directly faced with, because they don't have the accounting in place that they in fact should have. Does the member have any observations or comments about that issue?
Honourable member for Richmond-Arthabasca. I thank the member for his question. I was present when the Liberal member, I believe, made certain comments. I didn't go through this exercise of comparing the Obama plan to the Canadian one regarding tax credits, but one thing is for sure. It's important for this government to ensure that there is a global plan here. They have to make sure that when they want to relaunch the economy, they have to look at all facets of it. What I fear and what people are seeing on the government side as well is they decided to target certain sectors and go with piecemeal measures. I think that I explained, for instance, what was going on with EI, where they decided to go ahead with certain bills on a piecemeal basis to help a certain segment of the population affected by EI, but there's no overall vision, no global plan, be it in terms of economic stimulus or aid that could mitigate the effects of this economic crisis. And this is what we can criticize the government for. It's not because they didn't know, although they were denying it during the last election campaign, but it's almost impossible to fathom that they didn't think we'd be affected by the current economic crisis like every other country in the world. So that's the main problem I see with the measures presented.
The honourable member for Nickelbelt.
Merci, Madame la Présidente.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. I'd like to ask the bloc member one thing. There's a line here in Bill I'll read it in English.
Income deferral for farmers breeding livestock and draw drought conditions and designations for regions where this applies. J'aimerais demander
I'd like to ask the block member, we don't really know when there'll be a drought in Canada. There can be good years or 2 bad years in a row. This varies by region as well. So I'd like to ask the block member whether he thinks that this program should become permanent. The Honourable Member for Richmond-Athabasca. Yes, Madam Speaker. I would say yes, of course, in answer to that question from the member. I have it here in French. In the measure contained in C-51, they talk about having the tax holiday for farmers in these drought areas also benefit farmers who reduce breeding stock because of floods or excess humidity. And by making a list of designated regions struck by drought or flooding for 2007 to 2009. Of course, such a measure should be permanent. We are supporting C-51 because of this addition for farmers who can benefit from it. We know there's a catastrophe program in place now with the new strategic framework for farming, but there are many things that remain to be settled. So we're trying to make sure that farmers can truly benefit from such a measure with a real catastrophe program.
They call these things acts of God in English, but as my colleague said, drought, flood, and we are duty bound as members of Parliament to make sure that we can immediately and quickly come to the assistance of people who, because of these problems, there could also be sicknesses, for example, animals who are sick or parasites that hit crops. For example, in British Columbia, there is the whole problem of the pine beetle. People didn't act quickly enough, and we visited provinces where people lost their herds because of bovine tuberculosis. So the government, in these cases, did not react quickly enough to help them because it's something that happened very quickly. So these are things we'd like to see remedied. These are things that the Agriculture Committee wants. And we'll be looking out for anything that could be of help to farmers. And I think that here in C-51, this is a step forward that can help people who are victims of drought or flood. Questions and comments?
Thank you, Madam Speaker. Madam Speaker, the New Democrats we're proud to support Bill C-51 because it does a number of positive things for Canadians. It brings in the home renovation tax credit. It provides tax credit for first-time home buyers, a particularly important measure in Vancouver, where I come from, where real estate is out of touch or out of reach for so many young people. And it has drought relief for livestock owners. I think this legislation shows what can happen when we use public policy in a positive way to make lives better for Canadians. But I wanted to ask my honourable colleague about CPP. The Canada Pension Plan exists right now as an easy way for us to improve the income security for seniors. The administrative structure is there. By adding just about a little under 2% contributions from employees and employers, we could double the pension security for our seniors. And we think that this is a wonderful way that we can help out our seniors. And I wonder if my honourable colleague has any comments on bolstering the Canada Pension Plan so that Canadians from coast to coast can have more secure futures.
The Honourable Member for Richmond-Athabasca. I'd like to thank the NDP member for his question. Now, on the part of the Bloc Québécois, we've asked for certain measures to help the most disadvantaged, those on EI, but I also talked about retired persons, pensioners, who we talked about giving them more in GIS. So with people with their pension and GIS still are under the poverty line. So we'd like to see the GIS increased, and to help them at least meet the poverty line and go beyond it. That measure, and the measure the member talks about, is also very interesting. And I'd like to table, I did table a bill which is just past second reading, C-290, a bill that would help pensioners who unfortunately have lost part of their pensions following a bankruptcy or a factory closure. People who have lost $8,000 when they should have got $32,000, they're getting a lot less, and but they still find themselves in the 22% tax bracket. That's sort of the average for the middle class. So will this pensioner will get only so much a year as a form of compensation? It doesn't compensate for the money they've lost in their income, but this is something that could be brought in by the government to stimulate the economy, and I think we have to start with people who have the greatest need. Another very brief question. Resuming debate.
Honourable Member for Vancouver East.
Well, thank you very much, Madam Speaker, and I'm pleased to rise in the House today to speak on report stage of Bill C-51, which ironically is called the Economic Recovery Act, bracket stimulus. And although the NDP has been supporting this bill because it does contain some significant measures that were in the budget that we approved last spring but were never actually implemented, and they're now included in this bill, and I'll go into that later. But I did just want to reflect on the fact that this is called the Economic Recovery Act, and as we heard today, there was not good news for Canadians in terms of the number of people who are unemployed. We know that over the last year we've had a net loss of about 400,000 jobs in Canada. Madam Speaker, that's very significant. But the numbers today show us that there's been a further increase of 44,000 people are unemployed, and the heaviest losses were in BC and Alberta, 13,000 in BC and 15,000 in Alberta. So I raised this today actually in question period, Madam Speaker, because I guess the one thing that really bothers us is that we've seen the so-called economic action plan and the stimulus program from this government, and yet we're continuing to see these heavy losses and the erosion of jobs. And the numbers that we saw that were released today, they're particularly difficult for women and young people, and many of the jobs that were lost were part-time jobs. So that means that they were people who were already having a really hard time dealing with this economic crisis. They may be people who won't qualify for EI. And we've spent a lot of time in this House in the NDP bringing forward very substantive proposals. In fact, we have 12 bills concerning reform of the EI, because, I mean, that just shows you how bad the program is. I mean, this was a program that was designed to help unemployed people, and yet we have 12 different bills on different aspects of the program because we think, it so badly needs to be fixed. So for those unemployed folks over the last month who lost their jobs, I mean, just to think about the impact of what it means that you had a part-time job in the first place, maybe you're a young person, you're a woman, you're contributing to your family's income, you might be a lone parent, and to face the fact that you can't even rely on employment insurance. So, Madam Speaker, I think it's a very serious and dire situation for so many Canadians. And you juxtapose that against all of the rhetoric that we hear from the government side. We're told that the worst of the recession is over. We're told that their economic stimulus plan is working. We're told, don't worry about it. We're gonna take care of things. And yet these jobless numbers keep rising, and the impacts in our local communities keep mounting. So, Madam Speaker, I do think that we're facing a very serious situation. I know that yesterday in question period, my colleague from Winnipeg Centre, he had one of the door knocker sort of propaganda pieces that this government has been distributing, we understand, to 3.5 million households, and it concerns the home renovation tax credit. Now, that is one of the measures that's contained in this bill, and it's actually one of the reasons we're actually supporting this bill. It was a measure announced in the last budget, but it wasn't actually in the budget implementation bill. For some strange reason, it was left behind and then had to be introduced later through the Ways and Means motion and now in this bill. And there's no doubt that it is a very popular program. You see it advertised on TV by home improvement centres, and there's probably very good awareness about that program. Two things here to note. One, why is it that the Conservative government would then spend presumably millions and millions of dollars on further sort of propaganda messaging and advertising about the program when it's already very well known? In fact, people can receive information at building improvement and home improvement centres. There's been so much emphasis on the politicization of the economic stimulus program, whether it's the oversized checks that had the Conservative logo and individual MPs signing these checks. I mean, these things are pretty outrageous, and I think people feel pretty cynical about it. And I think the question from the member from Winnipeg Centre yesterday really kind of highlighted that this government will leave no stone unturned when it comes to promoting itself and its political message, but when it comes to actually really truly helping people and really digging in and finding out what it is that's wrong and what needs to be done, well, they kind of just shuffle it along and say, well, we're doing a good job. So, Madam Speaker, on the home renovation tax credit, we do support it. As far as it goes, we do support it, and there's no doubt that there's been a lot of pickup on the program. But we ask the question, why doesn't it go further? Why wasn't it linked to a broader green energy retrofit program, particularly for low-income Canadians? There are many, many Canadians right across the country who live in housing that is substandard. Their heating systems are very poor. They're not energy efficient. These are the people that need help. These are the people that would have welcomed a broader program that would have helped them maybe with some other kinds of incentives beyond a tax credit. Because the fact is that a lot of people actually can't take advantage of this program because they may not have the money to actually spend on that home renovation. I know, for example, that there was some money in the economic stimulus program to help, for example, housing cooperatives. Many co-ops that were built in the 70s and the 80s are facing really sort of envelope failure. Some of them were not well constructed. They're certainly not energy efficient. And although there was some money earmarked in that budget to assist those co-ops, we do know that the demand and the applications that have gone in have far exceeded what is actually available. So there's a very good example where this home renovation tax credit program actually could have been part of a much broader program that would really tackle this major question of energy efficiency and housing affordability in this country. Now, yesterday at the HRSD committee, I appeared as a witness before that committee in support of my bill, Bill C-304, which calls for a national housing strategy, something that we don't have in Canada, which is really quite unbelievable. We're the only industrialized country that doesn't have a national housing strategy. And in putting forward this idea for a framework and a strategy for housing and leadership from the federal government, we come again back to this question of needing to have a coordinated and comprehensive approach to housing in this country. There's something like 4 million Canadians who are in housing insecurity. They're either paying too much for their housing, they're either living in very substandard housing, they're facing eviction, they're one paycheck away from being on the street, or it might be all of the above.
or they're in housing that might be overcrowded and very inappropriate for a family situation. Certainly that's a huge issue for remote and Aboriginal communities on reserve, where we've seen the most appalling conditions for Aboriginal people in this country. So there's no question that we need a national housing strategy, that we need leadership from the federal government. But it's not only a question of good public policy, it's also a question of very sound economic policy. And in my mind, if we had a really good housing supply program in this country, something that we've talked about for years and that we've suffered from because we don't have it, it would be a huge economic stimulus. Generally building housing creates good jobs. You've got carpenters, electricians, and plumbers, and drywallers, and architects, and landscape people, and the list goes on. So the question of housing affordability and generating a comprehensive program with leadership from the federal government, to me, would be something that would be a really significant economic and social investment in the future of our country. We'd actually be helping people, because there's no question that having housing security, knowing that your housing is affordable, accessible, and safe and appropriate, is one of the most basic things in our lives. If you don't have that, then you know how hard it is to do anything else, whether it's go to school, go to work, raise your kids, know what's going to happen at the end of the month. So that's one of the reasons that I wanted to focus on that, Madam Speaker, because it just sort of really bugs the hell out of me that on the one hand we have this very small program, the home tax renovation program, that is popular, and yet so much more could have been done if only we had a government that was seriously focused on a substantive economic stimulus program that was actually going to help people. Now, Madam Speaker, there are other provisions in Bill C-51 that we're supportive of. The home renovation tax credit is one. The first-time home buyers tax credit is another. The revenue sharing agreement with Nova Scotia was another one, and members have already raised the issue of drought relief for livestock owners. There are also some provisions around pensions, some really sort of fairly minor adjustments in terms of pension changes. And again, I just want to spend a few minutes on this because this has been the other key substantive proposal advanced by the NDP. Because we're very, very worried about what's happening to seniors in Canada. First of all, there are seniors who are living below the poverty line. They depend on old age security and the guaranteed annual incomes, the guaranteed GIS, the guaranteed income supplement. And even those seniors are still living below the poverty line, particularly if they live in urban areas where they don't have good housing. So you can see how it relates back to affordable housing again. And I'm very proud of the fact that the NDP has made very substantive proposals to reform our pension program, just as we have for EI. Because we see these as sort of the basic foundations of what quality of life is about in Canada, about what human dignity means in this country. And I think as Canadians, we say to ourselves, we live in a fair-minded country. We live in a country where there is equal opportunity, where there isn't discrimination, where everybody has the right to use their own human potential. And yet so much of what we've seen over the last couple of decades, we've seen a growing gap between wealth and poverty. We've seen the incomes of CEOs rise and rise and rise, sometimes in an utterly obscene way. And in fact, just to look at the Pension Investment Board, the bonuses that are being paid out, the millions of dollars. I mean, it's unbelievable that these people who are, I'm sure they're doing their job, although one could argue that the pension programs have not been well managed, but they get these massive bonuses. And yet on the other side, there are people who are really, really hurting, and they're having a tough time getting by every month. And so the pension system itself is something that I think more and more people are understanding is in serious trouble. Whether it's a private pension program, and we've seen the situation with Nortel here in Ottawa and what's happened to those people who paid in good faith into their pension plan, only now to be just terribly worried about whether or not they will ever be able to collect their pension, or if they were on long-term disability, only to find out that that their support for that may be in jeopardy, or whether it's a senior who is dependent on OAS and GIS. And so the proposals that we've put forward, Madam Speaker, are very substantive in terms of significant increases to the guaranteed income supplement. To say, just right out front, that no senior in this country should be living in poverty. When you've worked for decades, whether it's in paid work or unpaid work, when you've contributed to this country, you should be at least assured that in your retirement years you have enough money to live on in a decent way. Nobody here is talking about luxury or affluence. We're talking about just the basic necessities of life. So the NDP proposal that we've advanced, we did have a motion that was approved in the House last June. But the proposals that we've advanced, we did a lot of research on them. Our member from Hamilton East, Stony Creek, traveled across the country and talked to seniors and got tons of feedback, just wonderful things that he heard and did. And so, it is unfortunate that this so-called Economic Recovery Act that we're debating here today is really so minuscule. It really just doesn't do the job in terms of where people need to get that support from programs and services and investment in our economy. Madam Speaker, there are other provisions in the bill. I know one of them concerns the CBC, and how many times have we had questions, at least from our side, on the future of the CBC? This is an iconic institution in this country. The fact that they were fighting for their life in terms of financing and asking that they could have bridge financing, we raised it over and over again in the House. And, the reply from the Heritage Minister was, it was sort of a brush-off. It was always a brush-off. And so we're glad to see that in this bill before us today that there is now some recognition about the financial situation facing the CBC, and that they will be able to have some of that bridge financing that we called for and that they were seeking, because it is obviously something that's very important to the financial stability of the institution. Madam Speaker, I'd just like to say a little bit as well about economic recovery and what it is that the Conservative government is doing. I'm from British Columbia, Vancouver East. I represent really by and large, a low-income riding, and people really do struggle. They don't actually ask for a lot. And I'm always amazed when I go out in the community and I hold traveling community offices and people come forward and they tell you what's going on in their lives. I'm always amazed at how resourceful people are of sort of struggling forward to survive with really very few resources, whether it's their housing situation or a work situation or trying to find affordable childcare, or a student going to post-secondary education and struggling with student loans and tuition fees. I'm really amazed at how people kind of get it together and they keep going. But you can see how hard it is and how stressful it makes people's lives. And so it's been pretty rough in BC. And we've seen the re-election of the Liberal government under Gordon Campbell, who promised so many things, but all he's done is attack workers, rip up collective agreements, allow privatization of healthcare, hasn't done anything to support a better childcare program, and then kind of the worst happened. After the election, we suddenly learned that BC was going to be hit with the HST, and I'll tell you the firestorm that's created in my province is just been unbelievable. It's crossed the political spectrum. We've got former premiers like Bill Van de Zam. We've got business people, we've got small business people. We've got the Restaurant Association, the Labour movement, certainly the provincial NDP, and hundreds of thousands of just regular folks in BC have been signing petitions, and I know that some of the polls that have been done show that there's an 80% opposition to the imposition of the HST. And it's not just the HST itself, which is really a tax shift. It's a shift from what corporations have paid onto consumers, and the list of things that it covers, and I don't have the full list in front of me, but we know it's like newspapers, magazines, movie theaters, haircuts, funerals, vitamins, baby diapers, food, clothing items. I know the Restaurant Association has estimated that for restaurant meals alone, the extra cost will be $694 million in BC. So one issue is the tax itself, and that it is a regressive tax, and it's a shift from corporations onto individual consumers, but it's also the manner in which it was done. People are really outraged that during the provincial election there was no discussion of this, and in fact people were told there'd be no more tax increases, and yet somehow after the election this suddenly started appearing. And we've been trying to find out, and again we've been asking questions every day. We've been trying to find out what it is, when the negotiations took place, and what negotiations between the federal and provincial government. We're still trying to find that out, because I think people in BC would be very, very interested to know when it was that those negotiations began to take place. So it's sort of ironic that on the one hand we have this bill before us today that promises economic recovery, and yet on the other hand we have a Conservative government that is slapping people in BC with the HST, and in fact they're running from it. They're trying to claim that it's not their problem, that this is up to BC, but we know it originated with the Conservative government. We know it was in the federal budget. We know that the finance minister has actually been campaigning and advocating for this, and we know that the Liberal members have been lining up with it as well. And I just want to say, this is, it feels like a slap in the face to people in BC who are going to feel the impact of this increased tax on everyday items that they need to purchase. So this is, it's just the most terrible timing to think about bringing in this tax during an economic recession. And so we've been saying loud and clear that this HST proposal must stop. And my guess is that the opposition will continue to grow in BC.
Perhaps the honourable member can complete her comments with questions and comments. The honourable member for Scarborough-Guildwood.
Thank you, Madam Speaker, and thank the honourable member for her speech. I wanted to ask the honourable member whether she is at all concerned that the parliamentary budget officer has been effectively stonewalled with respect to the efficacy of the stimulus package. 4,000 pages were dropped on his desk, and basically he was told to figure it out himself. When he asked for an electronic copy, some sorting, some organizing, they said, well, gee, we can't find an electronic copy. So that's question number one. The second question has to do with the projections of the Parliamentary Budgetary Office, and he's done a pretty good job, I think, on the revenue side of the equation, but on the program side of the equation, he's basically had to photocopy finances projections, and he stuck with that. And the reason that he stuck with that is that when he inquires to get the actual data behind the projections, he's told that that's all cabinet confidence. So you put those two together, one is almost inevitably driven to the conclusion that our own parliamentary budgetary officers, we the members of Parliament, our budgetary officer is being driven into a position where his material is not as accurate as we would like it to be, and that he is being stonewalled, and we are therefore being stonewalled. So therefore, any material that comes out of this government is entirely suspect. I'd be interested in your comments on that.
Honourable member for Vancouver East.
Well, thank you very much, Madam Speaker, and I really appreciate the member raising this question, because let's just go back a little bit and remember that when the whole question of the need for a parliamentary budget officer came up, an independent officer, of course, the Conservatives were in opposition at that time, and I remember from my colleague who was the finance minister at the time, the member from Winnipeg North Centre, that there was a great push and advocacy for the Parliamentary Budget Office to be independent, to be able to advise Member of Parliaments, to give sort of, if you will, a second opinion, and to ensure that there was full transparency in government expenditure operations, and we do have public accounts and so on, but in the analysis that was being done. And I think there was very strong support for the idea that if committees are to do their job, and particularly the Finance Committee, but not just the Finance Committee, you need to have an independent office that can provide you with that analysis. Although I have to say that the Library of Parliament overall does an awesome job, and the researchers that provide information, but the focus on a parliamentary budget officer and to provide that analysis was very important. So it's really quite astounding that there's been this war going on between that office and the government as to what information is being received. And, you know, this is the government that talks about ethics and accountability. This is probably the most fundamental. We're the thing that we deal with. We are in a position of trust with public funds. We make decisions about where those public funds go and what the priorities are. And so when, I think it was 17 boxes, I might have it slightly wrong, but, you know, a huge pile of boxes were just sort of handed over, and it was like, okay, go through them and sort it out. I mean, to think that financial records and information is being disseminated in that kind of state, that makes it very difficult to do the analysis that's required. You know, it's pretty hypocritical, you know, to hear this from a government who is saying that there's so much into accountability and disclosure and handling the taxpayers' funds. So I think the member makes a very important observation, and we as parliamentarians across party lines, I believe, have an obligation to ensure that that office, it has the mandate, but to make sure that they actually are receiving information in a manner that they can carry out that mandate. And that's certainly been thrown into question in the last short while. And so it's very pertinent to the debate that we have today on a bill that's called economic recovery.
Questions and comments? The Honourable Member for Nickel Belt.
Merci, Madame la Présidente. My colleague from Vancouver East, a couple of questions. One is on the home renovation tax, and it says in the bill that this only applies to tax year 2009-2010. Now we're going through a recession right now, and there's a lot of people that would like to renovate their homes, but unfortunately, because maybe they might have lost their jobs or whatever, they can't. So I'd like to ask the honourable member if she thinks that this should be expanded for a few more years. And also, I'd like to ask her about small businesses. I have someone in my
Ted's ready to announce it.
I'm having somebody in my writing asking me, a small business owner, about he wants to make renovations, but there's no provisions in here for small business owners. So I'd like the honourable member to tell me if this is something that could be added.
The Honourable Member for Vancouver East, and I would ask for a little more respect while the member raises a point, to allow him to ask that question without being interrupted by questions nearby.
Here, Madam Speaker. Thank you. And I'd like to thank our member for his question, because you know, I mean, you look at the home renovation tax credit, and it has been very popular, and so it does raise the question as to what will happen after the years 2009-2010, when presumably it's over. And I think it's a very good example of how this economic stimulus package has been designed in a way that it's very short-sighted, and there are many things that could have been done in a more structural way in terms of our income tax system and providing tax credits. I've already talked about the housing program. I mean, this could have been a piece of a much more comprehensive program around housing affordability and allowing homeowners to do renovations, but also ensuring that low-income people would be able to qualify, particularly for energy retrofit, where they're facing housing that is very unsafe or unhealthy. People are facing molds. People are facing heating systems that are just way out of date, and it's very difficult for them to have, find the financial resources to deal with that. And in terms of small businesses, I mean, I think this is a very interesting point that we often, we don't speak enough about what small businesses contribute in our society and the jobs that they provide and the enormous time and energy and hours that small business owners put into their operation. I mean, often it's a labor of love, and they don't get paid a lot. And so, again, to have a program that might have addressed their needs, in terms of the building they own or where they're operated, it could have been, again, based on a green energy outcome. I'm sure that there are, millions of small business operators that would have taken advantage. So I think these are very good suggestions from the member, and they just unfortunately point out that this bill before us, although we are supporting it for as far as it goes, we could have done so much better.
The question and comments of the honourable member for Elmwood Transcona.
Well, thank you, Madam Speaker, and I'd like to suggest to the member that if in fact this program is extended by the government, which I think is probable, given the budget and the possible election in the spring, then July 1st next year, the HST is going to kick in, and is it not a question here about whether or not there'll be just a wash? Any benefits that the people would get by hiring renovators to renovate their houses will be taken away.
He's gone.
And HST is going to be put on all those renovation contracts. The second point I'd wanted her to deal with is the whole issue of the program itself, that perhaps if they do announce a new program, an extension of the program for next year, they might look at some sort of a tax credit system for people of low income so that the program could even be expanded to even more people that could use it.
The honourable member for Vancouver East has just a little less than a minute.
Thank you, Madam Speaker, and there's very good suggestions that are being made here. And in fact, I know that the NDP has proposed such a program in terms of a retrofit program for lower-income Canadians who are living in housing that needs to be fixed up, whether they own it themselves or whether it's part of a not-for-profit housing system. So this is something that we've actually advanced as a very sound economic and environmental investment. And again, I think the member is just pointing out the stunning sort of ironies of, on the one hand, you give people a small credit, but on the other hand, you immediately take it away by increasing the taxes that they'll pay on the products that they need to buy in order to get the credit. I mean, go figure.
Resuming debate, the honourable member for Mississauga South.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. Madam Speaker, I think I recall, I might have vaguely remembered hearing a statement, something to the effect of, we're getting the job done. You know what, Mr. Speaker, Madam Speaker? I think, now don't protest too much because that is as far from the truth as you can get.
It's having an
ironical. Madam Speaker, for the financial year ended March 31st, 2006, the Government of Canada had a $13 billion surplus, which was used to pay down debt. The current government came into power, and we started sitting in Parliament 1 month later in April of 2006. And what's happened since April of 2006 to today? Well, Madam Speaker, I think it's all in the numbers. By the following September, the government was saying we wouldn't be in a recession. In October,
it took another year, I know.
On a point of order, the Honourable Parliamentary Secretary to the Minister of Finance.
Thank you, Madam Speaker, and I think we had this discussion earlier today about relevance. We all know that at third reading, there is a certain importance must be played and at least a semblance of relevance to the speech, reflecting on the piece of legislation we're dealing with, and I will leave that up to you, Madam Speaker, to advise that honourable member that he might even reflect on what we're dealing with here today rather than some rant about who knows what.
I thank the honourable member for his point of order. We are reviewing the bill on so-called economic recovery stimulus, or entitled economic recovery stimulus. And I would ask all members to bear in mind that we are at third reading, and we should focus on the provisions in this bill and focus our comments on that.
Thank you, Betty, Madam Speaker. And I should have indicated that the reason that I was leading up to is that why we needed a stimulus and how we and what the magnitude of the problem we have to deal with. But I could go right down. I mean, we went from everything's rosy to all of a sudden now we're looking, since the September fall update, a $56 billion deficit, and we're now seeing the experts are saying that we have a technical recession. They have the projections are that 2013-14 we will still have an annual deficit of what, $20 billion, Madam Speaker. You can imagine what that's going to do. The government undoubtedly is going to have to continue to increase taxes and to peck away at the pensions of Canadians. And I wish I had time to talk about Northtown. You know, Madam Speaker, this bill is supposedly about stimulus. And you know what, Madam Speaker, I think that everyone in this place agreed that what we needed to do when the financial difficulties started to emerge, which were lots of attention to this, Madam Speaker. And at the time, the discussion was about what we need to do, and I think everybody agreed, what we need to do is make strategic injections into those areas where we can save the most number of jobs. Provide where they have existing jobs. That is probably the most efficient, the most effective use of money. Save current jobs. Mitigate the loss of jobs. The second part was to stimulate the economy, in those areas, Madam Speaker, where we believed we had the best chances of creating new jobs, new productivity. Canadians can do that. We needed that injection, Madam Speaker. And one of the aspects of that was infrastructure funding. Well, I do know that at the last fiscal year, although we were already talking about we need to get these infrastructure programs going, members may recall the term shovel-ready. Makes sense. Makes sense that we have to have shovel-ready programs, Madam Speaker. And so what happens? Over $3 billion of infrastructure money already for approved projects, ready to the check can be cut, and they let it lapse. The money just went back into the Treasury. Those projects didn't happen, but they're coming back now because they've been re-announced. Then, Madam Speaker, we get ourselves in this situation where we've seen that only 12% of the announced projects actually have a shovel in the ground right now. 12%. I thought, Madam Speaker, that we were talking about saving current jobs. We have over 100,000 construction workers that are out of work. Why is that? Talking about employment, Madam Speaker. In October, it was just announced, we lost another $43,000. We're now at the 11-year high of unemployment, Madam Speaker. And Madam Speaker?
Order. I would ask the honourable members to restrain their comments until questions and comments. Honourable member.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. Madam Speaker, you know, I suppose it's fair to say that the government really doesn't like to hear the facts, that they react. So, I mean, I'm kind of encouraged that they like to shout me down when I'm putting the facts on the table. But, you know, that's okay, Madam Speaker. Carry on, and we'll just see how they perform. The Parliamentary Budget Officer. Now, here we have a situation where, in fact, that position, the concept of having an independent financial expertise to advise, Madam Speaker, to advise Parliament that the numbers, that the projections that the government is putting on the table are reasonable. They're reasonable, Madam Speaker. And you know why the Parliamentary Budget Office exists? Madam Speaker, it is because the Conservatives, when they were in opposition, were saying the Liberals keep having surpluses, but their budgets weren't showing that high a surplus. You know, they've obviously been cooking the books. Well, Madam Speaker, The reason is that in the Liberal budgets, there was a $3 billion contingency each and every year, so that if there was no extraordinary, unforeseen circumstances, there would be a $3 billion surplus, although the budget showed balanced books. There also was a performance reserve in there, Madam Speaker, because the government uses the average of the economic forecasters for growth and interest rates, but also takes the low end of that, so that it was a conservative, cautious projection of how we would perform.
Well, it wasn't conservative.
And that was, Madam Speaker, that was basically, if we did in fact achieve those targets, if it was as good as we thought, then the reserve put in there would be used to ramp up additional programs on behalf of Canadians. So, Madam Speaker, what's happened to the Parliamentary Budget Office now? The last article I saw, he's saying, fund me or lose me. The government, Madam Speaker, has...
On a point of order, the Honourable Parliamentary Secretary.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. At the risk of sounding repetitive, the honourable member is talking about the Parliamentary Budget Officer. I don't believe, if he in fact has read C-51, that the Parliamentary Budget Officer is even referenced in that. And I would ask, with all due respect, if that honourable member who's speaking about Bill C-51 has even mentioned Bill C-51. There is some relevance. Is it the fact that the Liberal Party has no position on this bill? Is that why they're skirting around it? They won't even speak to it or against it?
I believe we're entering in debate in this question, but I'm sure the honourable member will take the Parliamentary Secretary's comment to heart.
So, Madam Speaker, we have the unemployment situation. So the government says, okay, well, let's do something on the EI side. So what are we going to do on the EI side, Madam Speaker? What we're going to do is we're going to change things a little bit, and what we're going to do is we're going to slap on a $13 billion tax grab on the backs of hardworking Canadians, many of whom are trying to struggle to get back into the workforce and are going to have to eat up this $13 billion, which is in the bill. Which is in the bill, Madam Speaker. Well,
Okay. The honourable member for Cypress Hills Grasslands.
Well, Madam Speaker, some of us have made the trek here today in order to hear debate about the bill that's before the House today, and I'm not sure if the member is trying to mock you or not, but I would ask that you would ask him to get to the bill. Again, he's referencing everything but the bill, and I think the valid point was made earlier. Perhaps the Liberals should talk about their position on the bill, which they don't seem to have, but we'd really like to hear their position on this bill so that we can actually have some debate on it rather than this kind of wandering, meandering that the member seems to be doing over there.
Again, I thank the honourable member for his comment. I'm sure there's no mockery intended, as that would be a very serious breach indeed. But as the honourable member has only 3 minutes left, I would suggest that he begin to conclude his comments on this bill.
Well, Madam Speaker, I will conclude them when I finish my 20 minutes some later date. Because, Madam Speaker, there are some key items in here. Let me just say, for instance, on the Canada Pension Plan changes that they're proposing. Madam Speaker, what they've done, when people take early CPP, now they get a certain reduction in the rate that they can earn it at. What they've done, the mechanics, just in plain language, is what they're saying is that if you take early retirement, we are going to penalize you by the changes in this bill. But if you defer it for 5 years, up to 5 years, we're going to give you a bonus. What they're trying to do, the incentive, is to have more people continue to work past age 65, and those who really need the money and have to take early retirement are going to get penalized for doing that, for protecting themselves. So, Madam Speaker, I don't like that. On the CBC, they're increasing the borrowing authority of the CBC to $220 million from $25 million. Why, Madam Speaker? You would think, oh, so the CBC can be more productive. No. Madam Speaker, it is simply a technical requirement because they will not fund the CBC needs when they really need it, and to be competitive, Madam Speaker, the CBC now is going to be forced to sell the leases it has on buildings that it owns but cannot use or does not use. What they're doing is they're discounting future lease payments. What they're doing is mortgaging the future of the CBC. And this will continue. Madam Speaker, in the last moments, let me leave this thought with Canadians. I quite honestly believe that the fuse has been lit on the CBC to the future privatization of CBC. The Conservatives have never supported the CBC, but they know when there's lockouts or strikes and Canadians don't have this unifying body, Madam Speaker, then that shows how important the CBC is to Canada. The Conservatives could not care less.
Order. Comme il est maintenant...
It being 1:30, the House will now move to private members' business, as indicated on today's order paper. Order of the day.
Mr. Brightkreitz to motion 354, Universal Declaration on Animal Welfare, standing in the name of Mrs. Simpson.
Oui, c'est qui la première personne? Pardon? Resuming debate, the Honourable Member for Vancouver Kingsway.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. I am very pleased to rise to speak in favour of motion 354. This motion calls on the government to support the development of a universal declaration on animal welfare and to promote its adoption at the United Nations and in other global fora. Before I begin, I would like to thank my colleague from the Liberal Party, the Honourable Member for Scarborough Southwest, for bringing this motion forward. I would also like to acknowledge the work done on behalf of this issue by my honourable colleague from Burnaby Douglas. He has introduced motions on this subject in previous parliaments. He is a man of great compassion and a strong sense of justice, and I know his concern for animal welfare stems from these deeply held convictions. Madam Speaker, the Universal Declaration on Animal Welfare was first conceived back in the year 2000. 3 years later, at the Manila Conference on Animal Welfare, the draft text for the declaration was adopted. Since then, the declaration has been endorsed by the governments of 13 states, including the United Kingdom, Australia, New Zealand, India, and the Philippines. The World Organization for Animal Health and the World Veterinary Association have signed on in support as well. So I think it is fair to say that this declaration has been a long time coming. It has the support of a growing and wide number of states around the world and non-state organizations alike. Madam Speaker, it is time for Canada to show global leadership on this issue, as we often call on it to show in other issues, and to take a stand against animal cruelty and to support the Universal Declaration on Animal Welfare. I'd like to talk a little bit about what this declaration is. The declaration calls for states to take all appropriate steps to prevent cruelty to animals and to reduce their suffering, to treat them humanely. It calls for the development of standards for animal welfare governing the treatment of farm animals, companion animals, animals in scientific research, animals in recreation, and wildlife. The preamble to the declaration sets out what I think is a very important framework for assessing the welfare of animals. It refers, Madam Speaker, to 5 freedoms: freedom from hunger, thirst, and malnutrition, freedom from fear and distress, freedom from physical and thermal discomfort, freedom from pain, injury, and disease, and freedom to express normal patterns of behavior. I don't think anyone can argue that these 5 freedoms represent anything but a reasonable, comprehensive, scientifically sound standard for preventing animal cruelty and promoting animal welfare. Pendant des millénaires, les humains...
For millennia, humans not only coexisted with animal life on this planet, we also lived in a state of interdependence with them. The domestication of animals goes back 30,000 years, when men and women brought with them the wolf and made it their best friend, the domestic dog. This represents the first example of agriculture. The relationship between humans and animals was cultivated over thousands of years. It has shown itself to be mutually beneficial, and humans have treated animals with affection, compassion, and respect.
No farmer, Madam Speaker, no rancher, no animal keeper, no person at all who would argue with the principle that animals should be treated humanely. In fact, I believe that all of these groups take great pride in knowing how their animals are treated, and they benefit from the treatment of their animals in a humane manner. No one benefits when animals are caused fear and distress or suffer from injury or disease. It is only careless or callous acts that cause these things, and neither are worthy of us as human beings. At the heart of the Universal Declaration on Animal Welfare is that animals are sentient. Sentience is the capacity to have feelings, to experience suffering, and experience well-being. Sentience implies a certain level of conscious awareness. Now, there are obviously degrees of sentience, but the scientific consensus is that all vertebrate animals and also many forms of aquatic animals possess some degree of sentience. Now, I know that there are many pet owners in this house. I personally am the lucky owner of a 4.5-year-old yellow Labrador. Her name is Zoe. And I know I'm not the only one who doesn't need any scientific research to tell us that animals have feelings, that they experience suffering, that they experience well-being, and need comfort. I would like to share with the House some examples of the positive effect when we learn to treat animals with respect. As a New Democrat public safety critic, I have toured a number of correctional facilities over the past few months. And I've seen the challenges that we are facing in delivering adequate treatment to a prison population that overwhelmingly suffers from addiction and mental health problems and other spiritual maladies that come from isolation and loneliness. But I've also seen some very positive examples of how a modern, effective correction system should be run with some innovative rehabilitative programs. And one such program I witnessed was during my recent trip to the women's facility in Abbotsford, British Columbia. This program operates in partnership with a local SPCA. It's a great example of the value of community involvement in our correction system. The SPCA brings in dogs that are in their care and allows them to be kennelled, groomed, and taken care of by the women inmates at the facility. And there's a wonderful interaction to see between the female inmates and the animals. And it's a beautiful thing to see the kind of compassion, warmth, and humanity that is expressed when animals and humans are coming together in such a fashion. Now, with this program, the women volunteer. They perform a valuable service to a worthy community organization, and they learn or relearn the importance and rewards of being caring and compassionate to a fellow living creature. In turn, they get the comfort and the caring and the reward that comes from animals who return that same care and concern. This clearly demonstrates the positive power of dealing humanely with animals. And I can give another example from our correction system, although this story doesn't have a happy ending. The Correctional Service of Canada operates 6 prison farms. These prison farms are located at institutions across the country, from Alberta to New Brunswick. These farms employ inmates to produce local, organic food for the institutions and for the surrounding community. Now, we all know the health, economic, and environmental benefits of locally produced food. Beyond that, the farms are a setting for inmates to interact with animals in a positive way. Working with animals has a profound rehabilitative effect, Madam Speaker. That's why animals are regularly used in hospitals and nursing homes and in community programs dealing with autism and other psychological issues. With rehabilitation programs in short supply in our prisons, these farms are a shining example of what we can achieve. In partnership with the community, when we expose inmates to positive interactions with animals, they learn emotional closeness, they learn caring, they learn compassion, and they get to relearn patterns of behavior that are gentle and that are humane. Inexplicably, though, this government has decided to close these farms. I am proud to join with the National Farmers Union, the Canadian Labour Congress, and a number of food security and social justice organizations in calling for the government to reverse this short-sighted decision. In closing, Madam Speaker, I believe you can tell a lot about a society by how it treats its most vulnerable. Mahatma Gandhi expressed it best. The greatness of a nation and its moral progress can be judged by the way its animals are treated. I am proud to support this call for a universal declaration for animal welfare and urge that all members of this House adopt this important motion on behalf of all Canadians. Thank you, Madam Speaker.
Resuming debate, the honourable member for Mississauga South.
Thank you, Madam Speaker, and I'm pleased to participate in this debate on dealing the issue of animals and particularly animal cruelty, Madam Speaker. This motion, which is brought before the House today, Madam Speaker, and this is the second hour debate, calls on the government to support the development and adoption of a universal declaration on animal welfare at the United Nations as well as at all relevant international organizations and forums. And I am aware that there were a couple of minor amendments requested, which were acceptable to the member, but the essence of the motion is unchanged. So, Madam Speaker, first of all, I want to thank and congratulate the member for Scarborough Southwest who brought this motion before the House. I'm a strong supporter of private members' bills and motions because it gives an opportunity for all honourable members to pick an area where they have a passion and a need to make a difference, to bring to this floor something that will encourage more attention to the important issues of the day in the eyes of many Canadians. And this particular issue obviously has caught the attention of many, many Canadians. I know this member. We served together on a committee together, Madam Speaker, and I know that she's done her work because she always does. She comes there prepared to do the job, and I know that with the materials that she's provided to all honourable members, with the collegial dialogue that she has had through the House over all this period of time to finally get it to this stage, that she has earned the respect of her colleagues and the support for this motion, and I congratulate her for that. Now, Madam Speaker, for Canadians who may not be aware, the Universal Declaration on Animal Welfare is an agreement among people and nations to recognize that animals are sentient, and you're going to hear that in the debate. That means they're feeling. They can feel pain and suffering, and they can feel pleasure as well. And Madam Speaker, it's to respect the welfare needs and to end animal cruelty for good. And I was involved in the last bill that was before this place on animal cruelty. It was a very simple bill. It had to do with just increasing the penalty structure for those convicted of animal cruelty. It was a small step. And Madam Speaker, we assured Canadians that that was not the last step because there were problems with the more comprehensive bill. So, Madam Speaker, I'm sorry that the government has not set animal cruelty issues as a priority for this government, that they haven't brought a bill or developed a bill or at least asked a parliamentary committee to study the issue of animal cruelty. Canadians across the country, had responded to Parliament saying that this was an important issue. So, Madam Speaker, but we have this motion, and this motion should reignite that commitment that we have as a Parliament to addressing the issues of animal cruelty. Now, this Universal Declaration of Animal Welfare would be structured as a set of general principles that acknowledge and emphasize the importance of animal welfare. And the purpose of these principles would be to encourage nations to put or place or where they already exist to improve animal welfare laws and standards. And the Universal Declaration of Animal Welfare would be a prescriptive piece of binding legislation and therefore not concerned with attributing legal rights to animals. So, Madam Speaker, that is ostensibly what we're talking about. It's to declare our commitment, to declare our understanding, and declare our solidarity in regards to the issue of animal cruelty. Now, Madam Speaker, animal welfare concerns the physical and the mental well-being of sentient animals and involves considerations on how animals evolve in their natural environment. And it is a description of the state of animals and the effect on them of care or mistreatment. But any definition of animal welfare should be guided by the 5 freedoms as stated in the draft of the UDAW, the Universal Declaration of Animal Welfare. So, Madam Speaker, This motion is asking us to support this declaration, and it's needed to help animals, and by doing so, to help people as well. You know, Madam Speaker, over 1 billion people, the livelihoods of over 1 billion people depend on animals, and it's part of the petition that many members have been giving in this place in support of this initiative. They also, Madam Speaker, the implementation of this declaration will improve the condition in a number of areas that maybe members or Canadians might not be aware of. Environmental sustainability. Taking better care of animals means putting more thought into land use, climate change, pollution, water supplies, habitat conservation, and biodiversity. It's extremely important, and it paints a picture of the linkages among the key priorities that most industrialized countries have. Many of these issues are on before our Parliament at this time. This kind of initiative is complementary and should be supported. Human health, Madam Speaker. Treating animals will reduce the risk of food poisoning and disease crossing over from animals to humans. Companion animals have also been shown to have a therapeutic effect, and I don't think I have to explain that when you see how many people, the disabled, the blind, etc., who have animals for comfort and for guidance. Disaster management, Madam Speaker. Taking animals into account during emergency preparation and response will help the people affected to recover their lives and livelihoods afterwards. Poverty and hunger, another area of implication, and to improve animal welfare will also improve productivity, Madam Speaker. And social development, how we treat animals effectively will help to determine how we treat each other. Madam Speaker, animals are very, very important, and I've had so many letters from constituents about this issue, Madam Speaker. They want us to support this. They want us to make a commitment, not just to adopting this Universal Declaration, but to take the first steps towards legislative changes, appropriate legislative changes, Madam Speaker, which will reflect not only our value, but our commitment. It's one thing. Talk is cheap, Madam Speaker. What we need after this is action. And I hope that the honourable member will play a constructive role, as she always has, in working with all honourable members to come forward with constructive ideas on how we can act legislatively to reflect our commitment to this declaration. Now, Madam Speaker, in Canada, the Universal Declaration is supported by many organizations, including the World Society for the Protection of Animals, also the Canadian Federation of Humane Societies, many of its members societies, the Animal Alliance of Canada, the Global Action Network, the British Columbia, Ontario, Montreal, the SPCAs, and the SPA in Quebec, and almost 2 million people worldwide have signed a petition, Madam Speaker. This is enormous. 2 million people have signed a petition to support the Universal Declaration of Animal Welfare. Worldwide organizations, including the World and Commonwealth Veterinary Associations, the Humane Society International, Compassionate World Farming, the American SPCA, and the Royal SPCA in England. You know, Madam Speaker, when you look at this, it's a modest grouping of words, but it means so much. It means that this House is going to be asked to take a leap of faith, that joining with countries around the world to support the United Nations, the Universal Declaration on Animal Welfare will represent a foundational decision that this House makes, a value system, establishing that value system, Madam Speaker, on which we can build, as I said, through other legislative initiatives, which I think are necessary, Madam Speaker, because in our legislative system right now, we do not have effective, up-to-date animal cruelty legislation. And Madam Speaker, our history on that kind of legislation has been somehow to confuse farming animals with domestic house animals, and like cats and dogs, etc. As opposed, the problems have been enormous, Madam Speaker, and so that I would encourage the government that when we come forward with animal cruelty legislation, if the government ever becomes moved to come forward with such legislation, Madam Speaker, that we would deal ostensibly with the spirit of the Universal Declaration, that we're talking about animals that are there for companionship. We're talking, I mean, the stories we've heard, when we see those news stories of these severe cases of animal cruelty, the public reaction tells all Canadians just how important it is that we do need to have changes in our laws. I believe that this is a starting point, Madam Speaker. I believe that this member has done a great service to the House. I think she's acquitted herself very, very well as an early member of Parliament, and I congratulate her and wish her well when this passes this week.
Resuming debate, the honourable member for Miramichi.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. It is a pleasure to rise today to address the House on this issue. I am particularly pleased that the sponsor of this motion has agreed to the amendments proposed by the government. It is the Government of Canada's view that pursuing the continued development of science-based standards of animal welfare is a noble goal, and that a universal declaration on animal welfare, should it come to be elaborated as an international document, would represent a set of general principles that would help guide all countries, including those lacking in adequate animal welfare legislation, towards taking measures to ensure the appropriate treatment and the handling of animals. As has been mentioned before, Canada supports the development in principle of a universal declaration on animal welfare because we are committed to making continual progress to improve animal welfare. It is important to reiterate, however, that while we are supportive of this aim, we must be cautious about the manner in which it is pursued. It is for this reason that we suggest that the amendments to the original motion, which have since been accepted, because before taking steps on the international stage, it is important to thoroughly consider all implications of our action. Since no internationally agreed upon language for a universal declaration yet exists, it would be premature at this stage for Canada to express its support for the adoption of an eventful document. International texts can change significantly during negotiations, and until the wording is made clear, it is impossible for Canada or any other country to conduct a thorough analysis of the implications that the text might have. That is why we suggested that the motion be amended such that the House express its support for the development of a universal declaration, but not prematurely for its adoption. I am glad that the honourable sponsor of this motion has been agreeable to this. Similarly, I am pleased that the words "in principle" have been inserted into the motion. This phrase provides the government with valuable flexibility such that the government can promote the aims of a declaration to the best of its ability, but is not pledging itself to supporting any text that is developed in the unfortunate event, for instance, that the final text were to be inconsistent with Canadian domestic policy. This decision is prudent and is consistent with international practice. Indeed, the phrase "in principle" has been used by a variety of international actors already when discussing a universal declaration on animal welfare. In May 2007, for instance, the World Organization for Animal Health, of which Canada is a member, decided to support in principle the development of a universal declaration on animal welfare. And in March 2009, the Council of the European Union similarly invited the member states of the European Union to support, in principle, the Universal Declaration Initiative. Thus, as you can tell, the words "in principle" represent important and accepted language on the international stage when making broad statements of support, such as this one. And I think it is important that we have included these words here. Finally, I am thankful that the amended motion does not refer to the United Nations. As was outlined in the first hour of debate on this motion, it is the government's view that the United Nations is not the most appropriate forum to address this issue. The United Nations is not mandated to address issues related to animal welfare. Instead, it focuses its work on other areas, namely peace and security, economic development, and human rights. Canada's commitment to the United Nations, which was discussed during the first hour of debate, is significant. A few weeks ago, when Minister Cannon went to the United Nations to deliver Canada's statement to the world, he highlighted his commitment, putting particular emphasis on our efforts to promote peace and security, to protect human rights, and to make necessary reforms to the architecture of the United Nations itself in order to help it better reflect the realities of the 21st century. Given the very serious challenges facing Canada and the international community, challenges with which the United Nations must deal, it is appropriate at this time that we not attempt to further stretch the already expansive responsibilities of the United Nations by asking it to take on matters of animal welfare. I am therefore thankful that the wording of this motion has been amended to make it more inclusive of other forums and to remove its focus on the United Nations, given Canada's ongoing efforts to improve the focus and effectiveness of the United Nations in its mandated areas of activity. Madam Speaker, it would be appropriate for a universal declaration on animal welfare to be developed at an institution more directly suited to the area of animal welfare. Thankfully, as we have noted, there is such an institution, the World Organization for Animal Health. In its capacity as an active member of the World Organization for Animal Health, Canada has been working for over half a century now to coordinate its activities with those of the global community, including through the development and implementation of international standards. It is appropriate for Canada to continue its approach on animal welfare through this framework. Madam Speaker, allow me to conclude this speech by reiterating Canada's commitment to animal welfare, both domestically and internationally, and by expressing my thanks to all the honourable members for their cooperation in this matter. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Resuming debate, the honourable member from Scarborough Southwest to close the debate.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. As this marks the end of the debate on motion M354, I would like to start my remarks by thanking all of the members who rose to speak on this motion. I would also like to thank the member for York Melville, who on behalf of the Parliamentary Secretary for the Minister of Foreign Affairs brought forward an amendment to my motion. I obviously preferred my original motion, as I do believe that the United Nations is an appropriate organization for this resolution. The government, as we heard during this debate, does not. That said, I believe that the House of Commons' adoption of the spirit, values, and beliefs outlined in M354 supersedes debating the forums in which it is delivered. I therefore agreed to the honourable member's amendment. I also believe this amendment and subsequent debate demonstrates a healthy cooperation among all parties in this House. Such cooperation is increasingly less frequent these days. However, I am very pleased that this motion may serve as a small example of what a spirit of cooperation can achieve in our collective support for a universal declaration on animal welfare. Animal welfare is a sensitive issue. Not all of us in this House may agree on the best way to go about enacting laws to properly protect animals, but I think it's fair to say we all believe they should be protected. There are competing points of view, those of pet owners, farmers, developing nations, and the rights of our native peoples. At the heart of it, the Universal Declaration on Animal Welfare is a start, as it demonstrates our belief that animal welfare is essential. As I mentioned in my previous speech, the Declaration is an agreement among people and nations to recognize that animals are sentient, suffer, have welfare needs, and to ultimately end animal cruelty worldwide. The declaration will be structured as a set of general principles that acknowledge and emphasize the importance of animal welfare. The purpose of these principles is to encourage all nations to put in place or enhance existing animal welfare laws and standards. The declaration is supported by a growing list of governments from countries around the world, including all 27 members of the European Union. There is also a great deal of support from the public. Thousands of Canadians have signed petitions in support of a UDAW. Many of these petitions have been introduced in the House of Commons. The declaration is actively supported by Canada's foremost animal protection organizations, including the World Society for the Protection of Animals. The implementation of the declaration is an important step and will act as a catalyst for change in the following ways: by raising the status of animal welfare as an international issue, by encouraging those industries which utilize animals to keep their welfare at the forefront of their policies and practices, by inspiring positive change in public attitudes and actions towards animals. I am heartened by the tone of the debate that has transpired. The declaration will be a key towards improved animal welfare legislation worldwide and a step closer to ending cruelty to animals globally. This first step is only one of many in a long road, but it is a critical one we must take for this extremely important cause. I urge all members to support this motion so that Canada can join a growing list of countries on the world stage in support of animal welfare. Thank you, Madam Speaker.
Is the House ready for the question? The question is as follows. Mrs. Simpson, seconded by Mrs. Jennings, moved that in the opinion of the House, the government should support the development and adoption of a universal declaration on animal welfare at the United Nations, as well as at all relevant international organizations and forums. And the amendment reads as follows. Mr. Bright-Krause, seconded by Mr. Lake, moved the following amendment: that the motion be amended by adding, after the word support, the words in principle, and deleting the words and adoption and at the United Nations, as well as. La mise aux voix porte donc sur.
The vote is on the amendment. Is it the pleasure of the House to adopt the amendment?
Adopted. The next question is on the main motion as amended. La question est la suivante.
The question is as follows. Ms. Simpson, seconded by Ms. Jennings, moved that the House, in the opinion of the House, the government should support the development and adoption of the Universal Declaration on Animal Welfare at the United Nations, as well as at all relevant international organizations and forums.
I declare this motion adopted. It being 2:03, the House stands adjourned until Monday, November 16th, 2009 at 11 a.m. pursuant to Standing Orders 28.2 and 24.1.